Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And, we always start with the biggest story. This one is our biggest story yesterday here at the station was a sad one. Fred Fowler, who was on the afternoon show with A.J. Hoffman, they worked together for 12 years. We got a text from A.J. He goes on with Fred. Fred had a podcast that he was doing. I don't know if it was a daily basis or what, but on Thursdays, AJ would join him, and he texted him and he called him, and there was no response. And apparently there was no response for Fred on his couch yesterday. And Fred Fowler passed yesterday. Really surprising. We had asked AJ, and he said, yeah, he just hadn't been doing well lately. So he don't know. He didn't know exactly. He didn't have any details, but he just had not been doing well lately, and he just passed. He was unresponsive on his couch. That's Fred was part of the family here for years. We will talk to AJ. He's in Vegas, so it's really early for him there. He'll join us at 9 o'clock to talk about Fred. But his son puts out, thank you for all the kind words about my brother. His brother, Patrick. Thank you for all the kind words about my brother. He was one of a kind. I'm truly at a loss for words. Love you, big brother. That was Patrick Fowler after A.J. Hoffman had announced that he had passed.
And John Paul Fowler also.
Yeah, John Paul. John Paul has listened to our show for years.
Yeah, I didn't see him say anything yesterday. No. But so a lot of people don't realize this, but, I may not be doing my NFL draft stuff if not for Fred Fowler, because Fred asked me to start writing for the Houston Chronicle, I think back in about 2004 maybe. The first time he reached out to me was 2001, early 2001, to come speak at a AP Sports Writers event in Austin about whether or not newspapers, this is going to seem crazy to you now, but whether or not newspapers should have point spreads in the newspaper lines. And so the NCAA, so it was me on this dais. It was me. It was somebody from the NCAA, and it was DeLoss Dodds. And then it was somebody else, an AP sports writer, whoever was in charge of whoever's vice president of their organization. And I argue for the fact that it's not a bad thing, and that, because is it going to create gambling and all this? And I said it helps people measure how much better one team is over another. So I was pretty young when he asked me to do that. And then, because he knew I had a handicapping business, then because he had, he liked our show. Fred was a longtime listener. And then he asked me to start writing in the Houston Chronicle of fantasy football. He recognized, Fred was very forward thinking. He was the editor of the Houston Chronicle. There's a lot of people who may not know that, but Fred was the editor of the Houston Chronicle when it was still going pretty strong, and he recognized that he wanted me to write fantasy football columns, which was not something that they were doing. He wanted an MMA coverage, so he created MMA coverage for the Chronicle. It was not something that was going on at the time. And then I morphed from the fantasy football article. He wanted me to have my own blog, and so I did, and my blog was very well read, really good numbers on that, and I went from making it a fantasy football blog to, hey, do you mind if I go on to NFL Draft? He goes, yeah, absolutely. So I started covering NFL Draft through my blog, The Z Report, on the Houston Chronicle. And people, back then you would have a lot more notice for, that people picked that up. Like my blog, I broke Albert Hainsworth's free agent stuff on that blog.
Which you caught a bunch for.
Yeah, I caught a bunch of crap for because it was early, and I had to wait it out to make sure the numbers were right, and the numbers were right, and all the information was right. But I started doing NFL draft stuff, and it was from there that I got some attention by some people, that are decision makers in the NFL. And it's just Fred recognized some things in me that allowed me to eventually do what I'm doing now, which is not just radio, but he was a big listener of the radio show, a big part of the Houston Chronicle and the sports scene. I know that all those writers know that. He was a friendly guy to me my entire career. Just really, really good. And really, I know, loved listening to our show, and he listened to that before he did his own show. And so I think he took, some of that a little bit. But Fred was it was really tough to hear that, because Fred is not an old guy. And
No,
and,
too young.
Yeah, I did not know about, how tough things were on Fred. So it was sad to hear yesterday.
Apparently AJ had said, since he had left here, that things weren't going. Although I did see him, Dana and I were over at Damaris, and when he was working for Mattress Mac, he seemed happy. He did seem happy. He thought that, he said, he would talk to Dana about Mattress Mac. Mattress Mac was contributing to the basketball team, but not to the football team. And Fred said, "Hey, I'll talk to Mac about that," because Fred was a big Coug. He loved the Cougs.
Yeah.
So he wanted to see them succeed. So he seemed happy. He really did. And he was writing over there for Mattress Max, and then that came to an end, and he was doing his podcast, and apparently it wasn't going well for Fred. That's a shame. But there was quite the outpouring. They had quite the following, AJ and Fred. That was a show that they had their listeners that people have been calling in and saying sports here. Obviously knew what anytime you called into their show, you just say sports, boys, sports, and they would reply with sports to you. And
they didn't make sports I think one of the reasons Fred liked our show is because we didn't always just stick to sports.
No, they didn't
stick
to sports much at all.
Yeah, and they did a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah, they did. They like to talk about everything, and that was what was the beauty of the show. Anyway, so that was it was a shocking, actually, if you want to know the truth, when AJ texted us that, and I know that. A lot of you that listen here, probably there are a lot of you that listen to that show as well. So if you want to call in and have any thoughts, you're more than welcome to do that at 713-780-3776, the number. We will continue this throughout the day here on the show. I know Jeremy Branham, he tweeted what Fred meant to him, that he in his career early on, how Fred took him under his wing. A lot of people are chiming in about it. You're more than welcome to call in if you would like to. And AJ is going to join us at 9 o'clock right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Texans, very interesting day yesterday. A couple of things. So Tim Settle is coming. He's a bigger guy. Mm-hmm. And you got him for a lot cheaper than Armstead signed for with the Jaguars. Holy crap. That was a big number, 50. Yeah. 17 a year was quite the number for Eric Armstead.
You're out of the mix on that one.
Yeah,
Tim Settle. If it broke down because you knew how much because you couldn't have paid Eric Armstead.
You couldn't have done that. For whatever reason, it did break down. Well, maybe because of the Daniil. They needed
the Hunter,
the cap
they
space
said the
for
Hunter number.
The Daniil Hunter.
Down,
yeah. That's why they stopped.
No offense, Eric, but I think I'd rather have Hunter.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I mean, everybody right now is putting
Autry
at tackle.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're going to do. He's, like I said, he's played some defensive tackle, but really he's more of a 5 technique. Like, it would make sense if they were going to play a standard 3-4, but I don't know how they're going to line it up. I think you're going to have that you'll have that under front, so he'll be basically, I think, lined up over the left tackle, and then you'll have Will Anderson playing outside that, and then Daniil Hunter is going to look like a standard defensive end on the weak side, I think, or on the strong side, I think is what it's going to look like.
You think?
So, yeah, I think that's probably, but then you're going to have to have, then you're going to have to, I guess Tim Settle's a starter.
Yeah.
Who else would it be?
Oh, Fatukasi.
No, he's not. He's not Japanese. He's Nigerian.
Oh. Are you? His name is...
I understand, but he's not a Japanese defensive player.
Are you caught up on Shogun yet?
No, I'm not.
Are you caught up, Del, on Shogun? Yeah. Oh, when I heard they signed Fatukasi, I was like, oh, nice.
No, it's not. There's nothing Japanese about Fatukasi.
Oh, okay. But I don't know. If Danico... So let me ask you a question.
There he is. That doesn't look like a Japanese man.
Yeah. Foloranzo. Oh, Fatukasi. So did they sign Danico before they knew they were getting Daniil? And or in case they didn't get to kneel and they were going to play him outside and they were going to do whatever they had to do inside, and because if not, because priority one was stopping the run this year. Are you better at stopping the run right now?
I can't say that you are necessarily. From what we can tell, you do have Tim Settle, who's a bigger body than the guys they had previously, but they did make a run at Sheldon Rankins. I mean, they tried to.
Yeah.
I guess they wanted to move on from Malik Collins to what Aaron Wilson said.
Well, he wasn't great against the run either.
Moved,
so I mean, he was good against the
So
pass.
they went after, according to reports, they went after Sheldon Rankins, offered him $1 million less than Bengals, I think, who signed him. So he's a good sub rusher. Like Autry has played. He did play some D tackle for the Colts. With Ballard. Ballard said he is a dirt dog, just really tough, really a tough guy. So maybe he beefs up to 295 and plays defensive tackle, but I look at him more as a sub-package rusher inside, like a guy who will rush from inside. Maybe the Texans will play a little bit more of a true 3-4, an odd front look where he's a 5 technique and you have Settle as a nose and maybe you have Dylan Horton as a 5 technique. I don't know the timetable on Dylan Horton's return, honestly. And then you have Hunter outside, and you have Will Anderson outside. I don't think so. That's not. They stay in base of nickel, so I don't really think that's what they're going to do. I'm kind of curious about what they're going to do because they're not like 2 beefy defensive tackles inside. That's not. They got one, but I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if they view him as a sub package rusher. When they're in nickel, they bring in Autry and he just rushes from inside and plays from inside. Maybe he's not in on first downs. He's 33 years old. If that's the case, then they still have to draft defensive tackle.
Yeah. That's still. I don't think
sign.
that's
I don't think it's done.
Even still, you still probably want some depth anyway.
Yeah, I don't think it's done.
Yeah. All right.
Settle was a 1-year deal, wasn't he? Or was he a 2?
2 years. 2 years.
It was 2. Okay.
7 to 3.5 each year. Yeah. So it's and you got him relatively cheap, which ain't too bad.
No, he's not bad. He's athletic for a big. Like I like him coming out. Gets a little sloppy sometimes, body wise, but what's not exactly what D'Amico tends to look for.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
Hunter, like you had to make a tough choice.
Yeah,
because of what it came down to was Hunter or Armstead, I guess.
Yeah, I think you could have got away with the Autry on the outside and Anderson and then Armstead inside.
I think you could have too.
Yeah,
that's why it was interesting that's. I wonder if they didn't feel as good that they for sure could get Armstead.
Yeah, interesting. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here.
Maybe Armstead's injuries over the last 2 years bothered him because
maybe.
Hunter stays healthy
for
the most part.
Yep. Time to talk about Locksmith. Time to talk about your locks. Time to talk about Houston Safe and Lock, okay, and King Safe and Lock. They're both the same company, and between the two of them, they put in an ornament about, I can't say the word, a bunch of locks and a bunch of safes. Nobody puts in more safes than Houston Safe and Lock and King Safe and Lock. And the locks are also, it's incredible what they can do. Key cards, PIN codes, smart devices. If you're looking for a great way for your business to make sure that you know who's coming and going if you have multiple doors at your business, this is something that you need. This way you can keep track of who's coming in, which door, and what's going in, what's going out. It really, really, really is a key to your business to make sure that everything is safe. And you want to have the best and the best installation and people who know what they're doing. And that's Derek DeSola over at Houston Safe and Lock, 713-522-5555. They know everything about locks. They know everything about safes. They know everything about locks. They're going to take care of that business for you. This is what they do, and they do it perfectly for you every single time. 975safe.com. If you need any kind of a lock or safe, there's one place to go, Houston Safe and Lock. You have Vanderford here.
I want you to remember this number. It's 281-557-COOL. It's a number for Vanderford Air. They got a 100% money-back guarantee. That's their exclusive test drive guarantee on what it is that you are going to have done with Vanderford Air. They are the air conditioning company here in Houston that you can trust, that's reliable. I've been looking for one for a long time, and I found them, and I wanted to be able to speak for them and tell you guys about them because I got screwed on an air conditioner job bad about 4 years ago just because I could remember their number. That was the only thing, and they leveraged my issues and my emergency into a terrible deal for me. Vanderford Air, they don't do that. They don't have emergency charges. They don't have, overnight. They don't have these fake charges where they leverage you into more money. They are simply here to diagnose what's going on, and they want to do it quickly. When you call, they got 24-hour service, so they will get to you within that single day and go get you taken care of. You don't have time to be without air conditioner here for all that long, and they understand that, and they want to help you. But not only will they fix what's wrong, they also will be completely transparent and find the right type of air conditioner for you when it's time to get a new one that they do heat loads in all the rooms so they know exactly what you are dealing with your system, how much you need. Some places will charge you for a unit that is, too small and it can't keep you cool. Others will do one that's too big, too expensive for you, and you don't need all that. Vanderford Air is a company that you can trust for great installations, a tremendous crew, and they've got their I had the inspection done where they went through a variety of things, and it's relatively inexpensive, and it is really finds anything and everything that is going on, just little things for me that I didn't even know. VanderfordAir.com or go to 281 or call 281-557-COOL. Put this number in your phone because you're going to need an air conditioning service soon. It's getting hot already. 281-557-COOL.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here and get in with us. The other news from the Texans yesterday was the extension for Joe Mixon. 3 years, $27 million. $9 per year. At his age,
that was a surprise.
He's going to be here for 4 more years. At his age, that's interesting. Well, at least they've given him.
I'll see what the contract looks like, but it's
13 guaranteed.
Longer than I expected.
Yeah,
that's a longer contract than I expected. I thought maybe the way it's set up is so that he can. So that they could create a little bit of cap space. I was thinking maybe they would do that, but I don't know. And, maybe they did. We'll find out. We'll find out what it is. They've got his they said a 2-year, 19.7. But didn't you say it was 3 years?
327.
Yeah, that's what we saw. Because this says Joe Mixon signed a 2-year, 19.75 contract with the Texans, including $13 million guaranteed and an average annual salary of 9.8. Mixon will earn a base salary of 2.2 and a roster bonus of. So his base salary is only going to be $2.2 million. So
first, that's what first came out. Is 3 years, 27. Maybe this is that updated? When is that?
Well, I don't know. This is what Spot Track has. I don't know.
Well, they got him 24. They got a 3-year extension here on Spot Track.
No, they've got a 3-year. No, this is the contract he signed is on top of what's already in place. No.
Remember,
they take on what's
the one
in
you're
place.
looking for, 2 years, 19.75, is what he just signed, isn't it? Is what he signed with the Bengals.
That says contract.
That's what he's playing under.
Oh, it says he signed a contract with Houston, but maybe so.
Oh, okay.
Maybe because they took on that contract, but that's the wrong situation. Regardless, his cap number, his base number is actually
6.1 this year, cap hit.
Yeah, cap hit's 6.1.
Right.
That's very reasonable.
Yeah. So, but it's a bit surprising. Joe Mixon getting an extension already. I guess Nick is looking more long term than he is. these shorter contracts that he had been signing, he's got, he's starting to give some. You had asked, when is he going to start to give some 3-year deals? When is he going to start to give some 4-year deals? Mm-hmm. And he started.
Well, Joe Mixon, from an age standpoint, is only 28. He has played in the league a little while, but there was some question about whether or not this is where you'd love to have your sports science department. If you can start tracking, if you go look at his next gen data and find out are there runs where you start to see that, okay, his numbers are down from a speed standpoint? Because if you start to lose your juice, it's a little bit of a concern. But Joe Mixon is a three down player, can catch the ball, can run, can get you touchdowns with short yardage stuff. I mean, there's value in Joe Mixon. I just wonder if we're a little bit buying into the name more than the game right now, because Bengals fans seem to be just fine with losing him. They liked him, but and what he did for them, but the fans that saw him every day thought, he's not the same guy he once was. So it'll be interesting to see what, their offensive line also, I think, is pretty average at best. So when the Texans are healthy, it'll be interesting to see what Mixon can do.
How much better is
finally he gets to a good quarterback also, away from Burrow and those guys. Gets to a real quarterback in C.J. Stroud, a real Ohio State, a guy who was able to fight through adversity
and
at
actually
Ohio State,
win the job at Ohio
quit.
State and not transfer and quit like a loser.
Not just quit like a loser.
Like a loser?
You
mean like a national champ?
Yeah,
like a national champ.
Thankfully, he had Jamar.
Like a champ.
Thankfully, he had Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, thankfully he made those two.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure, because Justin Jefferson isn't a great player by himself.
No, Justin
he had
Jefferson
3 first-rounders: Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and also
Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Yeah, he was great.
He had 3 first-rounders.
Yeah, look at what he did.
Thankfully, he got to a place where they could lift him up, because, boy, what a loser he was at Ohio State.
Yeah.
That's sad, really, what happened.
How stupid is Ohio State? They decided Justin Fields would be a better option than Joe Burrow.
Well, they did make a national title game.
Ohio State. Yeah, great.
Well, they did make a national title game.
Yeah, they did. How'd they do?
Well, one of those guys
How'd
plays.
they do? How'd that work out?
One of those guys plays.
How'd that work out for him?
And answers the bell. One of those guys.
And one of them won the greatest offensive team in college football history.
He doesn't ever play. He's the sleeping bag.
The Houston Texans and running back Joe Mixon have agreed to a 3-year, $27 million contract extension, according to The Athletic. $13 million in guarantees. It's confusing.
Well,
what Spot
the track
put
has
up.
it as Joe Mixon signed a. Oh no, that's Bengals. They still don't have anything.
Yeah. So whatever the case may be, interesting that the Texans aren't going to be letting. Maybe Nick is a little bit tired of. I got to redo deals every year. Okay, you know what? We know Joe Mixon is a good back. Let's just lock him up.
Well, you also start getting. For them to do that, you also start getting. You get to play the compensatory pick game, where you can let guys walk, and you don't have to sign more than you lose. When you're always signing more than you lose, you can never get a comp pick. It's nice to have comp picks. Yeah. It's nice to get you get a 4th and a 6th. Guess what? 2 comp picks, you can use those things now to move around in the draft and go target the guys you want. That draft capital is a big deal. Many teams now are really into playing the compensatory pick game. The only way you can do that, though, is by drafting players and having a core roster where you don't have to sign more. You cannot get a compensatory pick no matter who you lose and for how much they sign if you sign more than you lose. You must lose more than you sign. Not even we lost 5, we signed 5. You must lose, and they have to be qualified.
They have to be,
They have to be qualifying, too. There's a certain amount that they have to get.
Right. Exactly. They have to qualify for that. They can't just be street guys that aren't going to be.
No,
they're
small
not worth
contracts
anything.
are not.
No,
they
not
don't even count.
All right. So very interesting day for your Houston Texans yesterday. I don't know. I guess the Eagles. We had Mike Tannenbaum on yesterday talking about who's winning the postseason. They're doing a hell of a job. He's just doing a hell of a job. Whether or not they are better. Priority 1 was that defensive line, and I think the biggest question is going to be whether or not Danico Autry can be a run stopper in this defense.
Yeah, that's really what I really am curious about. Whenever there's questions asked, I am curious about what is his role. Is he going to play inside or is he going to play outside? I texted my friend D'Amico. He did not answer back. He doesn't really answer back that often. Maybe he doesn't know we're friends. Maybe he doesn't know that I back him up and I'm his number one supporter.
Yeah, by friend, exactly. Define friend.
Okay, okay, so friend. So I did he sat in front of me on a plane once.
Okay.
Well, you think we're friends.
Yeah.
And we're not.
Well, we are.
We're not,
we're
actually.
I sat next to Bobby and talked to him.
Me and Dell are friends, but
if
you
were a
that's not true either.
You're a trash-ass
If you're on a
Lance,
staff and
You're drunken John, so there's not much of a difference.
if you sit around me, I'm going to talk to you. And once I talk to you,
Yeah.
there's this kind
Then
of a
we're
bond.
friends?
You don't have the
Are
personality.
you and Bobby friends for life now?
I'd say he probably would say that. Like, yeah, I'm more than an acquaintance.
Let me ask
now.
you
If I
something.
said Lance Zierlein to him, would he know what that meant?
Yes, he
He'd
would.
probably be annoyed. PTSD.
Yeah.
Do you think Lance, if
That
you don't
Bert would
know
clown me
Lance,
because I was killing.
does he have an engaging personality? Like John, if you didn't know Lance, but he came up to you and talked to you, would you be like, yeah, I want to talk to that guy some more?
Yes,
I'm
very much
asking
so.
John, not you.
Very much so.
Let's take a break.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not going to answer?
Let's take a
No,
break.
the answer is yes.
The
very much
answer,
so.
it's obvious what the answer is, Dell. Let's take a break. Okay?
Well.
So I don't even have to answer that question.
It's too obvious.
Yes, I don't even have to
We're
answer
wasting time.
My friend. It's a waste of time. When we have a very important
don't
show
know.
here. So this is a very important edition of The Bench.
We're not the bench anymore.
We're not?
It's
What
not
are
the
we?
name of the show anymore.
Okay. Well, I know what the name of the game is this week. How about them Cougs? What'd I tell you about revenge games? Did you play them? Did you play them at my bookie because you got more money in your account today? I'm telling you that you got all of the lines. This is an awesome time at my bookie because the NCAA tournament is here, and it's just so much fun to be playing these games, to have a little something on them. When you're watching the game, that 27-point game actually means something, all right? If you don't have anything on it, you're like, whatevs. But if you got minus 28, every basket's pretty important when the score is 20, when they're up by 27. So it is a big deal. It's so much more fun. And you do it at my bookie. And you get a nice bonus, actually a pretty big bonus when you sign up for the first time or when you're depositing more money into your account. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you lose and you got to reload. When you reload, put in promo code, or when you sign up, put in promo code BET975 and get your bonus. Make sure that you cash in with your bonus every time that you sign up at MyBookie. It's fun to play. The tournament is here. You need a place to go. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
By the way, you hear that hypnotized? Did you see? I didn't realize they still did this. They play this. They play hypnotize by Biggie Smalls at the introduction at the Garden of starting lineups, I guess, for the Big East tournament. They did back in the day when you went to the Garden to play. They showed a pit team that happened to have like one guy from the Bronx, one guy from Brooklyn, another guy from another spot in New York, and it's like a big deal that these players were all bopping their heads, and it's still a big deal to have that sound from it's the instrumental from Biggie, Hypnotized. They play that at the Garden, and people love it. They absolutely love it. It means it's the beginning of the Big East tournament. Man, I'm telling you, college ball, we just don't. It's crazy. We got the number one team, but we just don't get it as much here. It's just not as big a deal here. Football is obviously way bigger, but like when I was in Indiana, I was at a pizza place called Basbo's, really good pizza. And there's just generic white guys sitting around the bar, drinking beer, watching basketball games, just yelling. They're really into the Pacers, really into other games. They talk about their high school basketball. Yeah, really. I mean, it's the same. No, I know that the legend of Indiana basketball, but it's real.
But there's football here.
Like, it is real. Yeah, it's basketball.
Basketball's real
on
there.
all levels,
basketball is real in Indiana. There's no question. It's football here.
And the Northeast, high school basketball.
Yeah, we haven't even touched on the Cougs and their win. TCU beating the snot out of them. TCU shooting 22%.
You're right. The revenge tour that the Cougars, if they seek revenge on you, you are
23% from the field, 10% from three.
You are dead.
Holy crap. You want to talk about. And they didn't really get. There was no foul trouble. First half, the most anybody had was one foul. They picked up a few more, 3 and 3 from Robertson, Sharp, and Francis had 2. But foul trouble is going to be fouls are going to be an issue here. They're going to have to control themselves, but still play the relentless defense that they play. Now we talked about this before the game. TCU had 30 offensive rebounds. 30 offensive rebounds. Kelvin Sampson, the churning in his stomach must have been. I do not want to be one of his acids because it was taking a beating. Because 30 offensive rebounds that they gave up, they just couldn't get away from the board. They couldn't stop them from getting those boards. But it still didn't mean anything because they were still playing fantastic defense. And, Emmanuel Sharp had 14 points, led the way on 4 of 12 shooting. 40% from the field, but 35% from 3, which was nice. They just it's going to be wonderful and very difficult to watch at times this postseason because they're so great defensively, but they just have really tough time with the shooting the ball thing.
You can't have it all.
Can't have it all.
You can't have it all. But man, do they strangle the life out of you?
Yes.
And they did make it easier on themselves. I mean, it's hard to once the Cougars get a 10-point lead on you,
oh my gosh,
it's hard to come back.
Oh my gosh, they make it so difficult, and when it just seems like a snowball too, because the bigger their lead, when they get on a roll and they actually make some baskets, they just play that much harder defensively. It's so fun to watch this team. So fun to watch this team. Malik Wilson with a nice game as well off the bench. They're gonna need these guys to Damian Dunn has got to contribute, and he did. He was 2 for 4 from 3. He made a couple of huge threes for him. This is so much fun.
What's your definition of fun again?
I really love to watch this team. This is one of my favorite teams to watch. Honestly, I get more emotional watching this team than any pro team. The Texans kind of.
There's a buy-in for you, certainly, but fun. This is a team.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is a team like if they make a Final Four.
How about passionate?
Sure.
Yeah, that's better.
Because if they make a Final Four, it's in Arizona this year in Glendale, so the shooting background won't be great. Or is it in Phoenix? Wherever it is, and they're in a giant stadium, we got a real chance for like a 45-42 final. with this team, particularly if they're like
I
playing
think that's
Connecticut
fun.
or something.
See, I like Rockets games that are 103, 101.
That's fine, but that's,
when they win.
yeah.
Right, but no, I like a more physical game. I like a more intense game. This 139 to 132 crap
You don't
is
know.
terrible.
We're done with the 90s. My kids already told me. The internet already told me we're
Oh, are
done with
they?
the 90s. You want that 90s basketball. You want Mike Fratello 76-72. The Cleveland Cavaliers take on the Miami Heat 76-72 finals. The kids are saying we're done with the 90s. If you can't score a bunch of points, you're trash.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan is Jaylen Brown
You're trash. Okay.
with a shoe contract.
So
You've already heard it.
yesterday a guy offered me Houston 10-1, and I took him. They're 6-1 in Vegas.
Yeah, why not?
Well, absolutely, I took him. Connecticut's the favorite at 470 plus 475, but the Cougs are plus 6-1. I said absolutely, I'll take 10-1. Thank you. Good night. 713-780-3776. Chris wants to get in here. You're more than welcome to. Anybody wants to? If anybody wants to talk about Fred, you're more than welcome to come in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Reading some of these RIP Falcons, that's trending actually, and reading some of them, and it's great to see some of the thoughts that people had about Fred. I feel I'm kind of conflicted because I wish Fred knew these people felt this way. You know what I mean?
I think he did.
It takes you. I don't know. It takes you dying, and then people will say what they think about you, but you're not there to hear it.
Yeah. I think Fred felt a lot of love from the listeners over
Well,
the
I
years.
think he did over the years, but he maybe could have used some of this.
I don't like Art or Dustin,
He maybe could have used some of this,
Jackie.
over the
They're all
last
jerks
last year or two, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Fred would have liked to hear from people who said,
Yeah.
but-
So listen, all of you listeners out there, you never know. So be nice to us, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And say nice things to us as opposed to the stuff you say now. Chris, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, Lance, Commanders made an interesting trade yesterday by trading Sam Howell, and I happen to have a little bit of insider information. I'm not Tony the Hatchet Man by any means, but I do know for a fact, Drake May told the Commanders he will not go play for them because he's best friends with Sam Howell. And so I wonder if that adjusts anybody's draft board because obviously he's not going to go there if Sam Howell's there. That's my first thing. I didn't know if you'd heard that, but I have some pretty hard facts around that. And then secondly, Curtis Samuel, man, I was really disappointed. He signed for so little money, 3 years and $15 million. I think I called in last week, and I'd love to see him here as the Texans. I didn't know if that's more of him just wanting to go to Buffalo to be a winner, but, I mean, Texans are up and coming. I didn't know if you had any thoughts on that. And I'll hang up and listen.
Interesting.
No.
Very interesting. Now,
That's
Curtis Samuel has been a guy. He really hasn't been. I mean, honestly, you go look at his stats. 7 years in the league. I think he's got 20. He averages 3 touchdowns a year. He's been a guy. I would like to have Curtis Samuel. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to tell you this. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it isn't Caleb Williams 1 and Jalen Daniels 2, and the Patriots trade out of 3.
good.
I could see Elliott Wolf. I don't think that would be the kind of pick that Elliott Wolf would take.
They have no quarterback right now.
How about a trade for Justin Fields? As a stopgap for right now.
That's a lot.
Hey, they're not ready to win anyway. They're not ready to win.
No, they're not ready to win.
But
so
if you
why
don't
pay?
believe that Drake May is a guy, I would do that.
I know. You're in a tough spot if you don't believe that Drake May is a guy. You really are. I mean, look, Elliott Wolf he should have a good runway. So if you don't believe in the guy, I'm also not a believer in drafting quarterback you don't believe in. That's the easiest way to get fired.
Yep.
Is to
No, that's
sign
how
up
you
with
get
a
fired.
That's how you get fired. So that's why everyone's just saying you must draft quarterback, but they're in a position right now where they have Bailey Zappi. Like they have to have a quarterback.
No, they have to have a quarterback.
They have to have a quarterback. So if it's not Justin Fields, even if it's something like if they say, okay, well, let's just go Ryan Tannehill. Well, what does that do? Anything you do right now is a bridge other than Justin Fields, and that may be a bridge because you got 1 year on a rookie deal, and then you're going to have to pay him a lot of money. You don't have targets right now. Like you don't have weapons. The Patriots are way behind. The Patriots roster is a mess. But I will be honest with you, Chris. I'm not doubting what you heard or whatever, but I have a hard time believing that Drake May would not go compete as the second quarterback on a much better roster would not compete because his friend is over there?
Or maybe
he's gone.
Or maybe
They
he didn't want
traded
to.
him.
No, I know they traded Sam Howell yesterday.
Yeah.
But I'm saying before that.
Or maybe he didn't want to take the job from Sam. Maybe that's what he's implying, that he didn't want to go take the
Hey,
man's
eventually
job.
UFC fighters from the same camp end up fighting.
Right.
You
So
have-
now that Sam is gone, maybe he go now?
Well, that's his
maybe
thought.
that's the
his,
impression,
That's
yeah.
what he was saying.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying. But I don't know if I believe.
Listen,
I'm
get
not
away
sure I
from-
buy into the fact that, listen, don't draft me or I'll sit out. I'll sit out football because I'm not going to compete against my
Drake
friend.
May, step
Like,
away from the mirror.
Yeah, I'm not sure I
The
wanna-
Heisman Trophy is second. So slow down with your, I don't know if I want to go. Slow down.
Well, hey, what he's saying is I don't want to compete against my friend. Did you play with Texas? Did you play for the Longhorns? And this is a Colt McCoy and Jordan.
Who's
Well,
the
he's
head-
gone now, though.
Who's the
So
head
that's-
coach?
that's-
Well,
I know, but the
that's
whole
moot.
idea.
But who
though.
was his head coach? Who's the head coach at North
Mack
Carolina?
Brown.
Well, there it is.
Well,
There it
there
is.
you go.
That is a very
That is
Longhorn
true.
thing
That
where
is
you don't have to compete. You don't
Yeah.
ever recruit anybody to compete ahead of the guys you
That is
sign.
true.
That's a Mac thing.
Yeah.
That's a Mac thing. We don't want these kids to think they're not loved. And so when we sign them, we're not going to recruit anyone who plays the same position for 2 to 3 years. And if they don't end up playing well, then we're stuck at the position, and we won't be able to recruit anybody or find anybody. Remember, that's what happened with him. He wouldn't recruit. Well, we're not recruiting anybody after. If we sign you, we are not recruiting another wide receiver. That's for sure.
Yeah.
For the next several years.
That
Because
is.
we don't want you to feel bad or get mad
Well,
or have your feelings hurt.
Yeah, and if
Hey,
I do,
Drake, go compete against Sam Howell if you needed to. Obviously, Sam Howell got traded to the Seahawks, but I'm just saying that whole idea that I don't want to be drafted too, guys. Sam's there, dude. A, you should want to be drafted as high as you can. Number one, and number two, that's actually not a bad situation relative to what New England has right now. New England has.
you don't have to worry about it, Sam. They ain't drafting you. They ain't drafting. They're taking Jade.
I don't know. He's
They're
big,
taking Jaden
got an
Brother.
arm,
They're
and all that
taking
stuff.
Jade. They're taking the Heisman Trophy.
He weighs
You are.
140. I don't know.
And I'm going to tell you this. Maybe he's drafted third, but it ain't going to be by the Patriots.
You don't think so?
Nope, I don't.
They don't have a lot. They got to do something.
What they need is more picks. That's a perfect spot if somebody really likes Drake May and they think that he's going to be their guy.
Yeah.
Perfect spot for you to grab another first rounder.
Yeah. No, I think it's a ballsy move. I think it's one that can really help you in the long run. But man, you've got to.
What the Bears did last year.
There's got to be a plan right now, unless you're just tanking. You can't go into the season with Bailey Zappi as your starter. You can't.
No. But hey, Justin Fields is still sitting there. Or you might even like J.J. McCarthy more. Move down to 8 and grab him
Now,
there.
That's true. Now, that is different. If you have J.J. McCarthy ahead of absolutely. Now I'm on board with that. That's why you have to be true to your not that I have J.J. McCarthy rated that high, but the fact is, if you believe in your board, then play your board.
Yep, absolutely. And
play your
you know
board.
what? Elliot Wolf learned from a really, really good one, and that his dad. Ron was excellent.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't surprise me at all if he's not taking Drake May there. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Well, Ron Wolf, what did he do all the time? Take quarterbacks all the time.
But he got the quarter. Well, absolutely. He took a quarterback, but not first.
Well, they were never in that position. They were always pretty good.
Right. They were always good. They were always good football teams. His son is in a little bit different position, but they're not a good football team. They need a lot.
Yeah, I pray that the Patriots take Drake May at 3. It's my one wish.
Division. All right, listen.
I would love it if he came back
I've been
to
talking
Hawks
about
or
the
Dreams.
ultimate. This is not okay. I've been talking about the ultimate mortgage hookup. That's Dream Rate. That's Kent Jones. This ain't a hookup like, and I want to clarify. This ain't a hookup like Tinder. Okay, that's not what he's about. He's about mortgages. All right, dude is all about the mortgage game. I never seen somebody that is. I don't know many mortgage people, I guess, but I want to tell you this. This guy is all about mortgage. He loves the mortgage game. He loves to play the mortgage game. He loves to save people. He's like that is for him. Like if we did a good show, a segment once in a while, which doesn't happen, if we did a good segment every once in a while, we'd be like, yeah, that was a great segment. This dude, when he can save people money on their mortgage, it's like, yeah, that's what gets him geeked. This is what Kent Jones does every day. He actually cares. He is going to care about your mortgage loan. He's going to get you the Fannie Mae or the Freddie Mac or the FHA or the VA loan. He's a broker. He only takes a limited number of clients, so he is going to work that deal as hard as he can. If you're in the market for a mortgage, shop that mortgage. Get your scenario quote from him. He ain't ever scared to give you a quote because he knows his quotes it's going to be better. It's going to be better. He cares more. It's what he does every single day. 713-520-5626. 713-520-5626 or 520-LOAN, LOAN. Or go to 975loans.com and find out for yourself. If you're in the market for a mortgage, this is the guy to see. Dream Rate, the ultimate mortgage hookup.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, it's 7:51 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rockets win last night. How about 6 wins in 7 games?
Boy, the Washington is a disaster.
They're bad.
Did you see there was a there was a sequence where it looked like something you would literally see at like an 8th grade, not even
it was
8th grade,
the
like
worst.
7th grade freshman basketball
off
B
the
team.
side of the
side of the backboard. The ball goes flying. People are jumping around, just throwing their hands up. They lose the ball. Rockets go down, and like it was. Oh my gosh, Jalen Green, another big game.
Yeah.
Season high.
They're playing pretty well. They're
Yesterday?
moving. Apparently, I don't know. I can believe. I don't know because it's not a bona fide source. I don't know, but I saw where since the All-Star break, they are running. They're like their time of possession is one of the lowest in the NBA.
So they've gone more pace.
Yeah, much higher pace now. They're moving the ball. They're moving. They're fast breaking. So they're playing wonderful defense as well. Amen inserted into the starting lineup.
Man, is he an energy guy?
He is.
Just good things happen when Amen
That
Thompson
is
in
a
a game.
perfect pick for
Really is for
Ime.
Ime Udoka.
Yeah.
It really is. And that's why I know you asked what I thought, like how he'd be. I just think he's perfect for Ime. He's a rebounder. He's a loose ball guy. He's can guard multiple positions. Like we get so caught up in just shooting, but the reality is there's so much more to football. I mean basketball than just that. And Amen Thompson gets loose balls. Amen Thompson is an off-ball shot blocker who can come over and help you on the weak side. He's going to get steals. He's got the speed to outrun you on a transition and get a dunk. Like, it's just a great pickup for Ime Udoka and the Rockets. Really good one. Another good job by Rafael Stone recognizing talent in the draft. You have to say it. 37 points for Jalen yesterday. 15 of 23 from the field. Very good day.
Did you see
5
him
threes.
break the dude's ankles?
And then look at him, then shoot and turn his back and run down as the ball's still going up. Like it was the most confident shot that I've ever seen.
That was James Harden-esque.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, James put him on his back and then on the backside and then stood there and looked at him. It was the Wizards. There is a video. So we found out last week or the week before that Shohei Ohtani got married, right? Or when they reported.
By the way, Amen, 20 and 11 rebounds. I mean, Amen's rebound numbers are insane.
His hops are crazy.
Hops. And he's there around
How
everything.
quick he gets up. He's blocking Kevin Durant. He blocked Bol, didn't he?
4 assists.
He's
4
crazy.
assists, 3 steals. Like, man, his activity level and hustle levels is fantastic.
So Shohei Ohtani got married, and apparently there's video now of his wife who plays basketball, and the video, Barstool put it out, of her. She can play. She can go. She's got a left hand.
Some 3-on-3 league.
Yeah, but then she plays regular basketball too.
Yeah, I would imagine.
And it said she could start for the Wizards. The Wizards are they're the worst team. They're worse than the Pistons, who set the record for most consecutive losses.
They got 11 wins.
And they're
right now.
worse now than the Pistons.
Yeah,
that's how bad they are.
They got 11 wins right now, and they are not headed for many more this year.
No, Tari Eason put out. Remember, Kyle Kuzma put out. You don't want to be that team that loses to Detroit when they had the streak going.
Yeah.
Then Tari put that out last night. You don't want to be that team that loses to the Wizards right now. Yeah. Anyway, the Rockets win again. They've won 6 of 7 now, and are heading for that. Dare I say that they could get to 40? Dare I say?
Yeah.
It's in their. They've already hit the over on
It's a challenge. It'll be a challenge because of the loss of Şengün, but
they're playing great
playing
without
good
him.
basketball.
They're
Well, they've only had 2 games. I guess,
but they're playing really good without
they
him.
get to play the Wizards.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
going to be good.
And the Spurs.
Yeah, 2 of the worst.
But it was Şengün who embarrassed Wembanyama here. And he wasn't there for that one, and they still got the job. Well, Dylan Brooks took care of that business for him, and the physicality took care of the business for him. 713-780-3776. But that's a fun team to watch now, too. They're playing defense, and they're running. The isolation ball, hopefully, is...
I love that they keep winning and having fun, man.
Yeah.
It's great. This is fun to watch. Finish it up as strong as you can. Move on to next season, but it's going to be, it's really going to be. My son Alec was arguing with me about Jalen Green. He wants to get rid. He doesn't want to give Jalen Green any credit because he thinks that means you're part of team weight on Jalen. I said, look, I'm not part of team weight on Jalen. I think Jalen is just. I don't think there's. I like how he's playing. I think he's going to have even better trade value. The reality is, I just don't think. I think they're getting a little too backed up in the backcourt. But then again, I don't know. This is a wild card, John. what if Cam Whitmore's not a guy that has the? What if Ime doesn't love his? What if he's not as all in with the team? Like if there's anything personality wise that bothers Ime Udoka about Cam Whitmore, does that limit what they can do with? Because I don't want to pay Jalen Green a max dollar contract.
It's funny though. Cam Whitmore's defensive rating has been fantastic.
Yeah,
it's been fantastic. It's just that
body language.
Brittany Mahomes resting face that he's got.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, the only reason I ask is there a chance that they're not like I can't see the Rockets having the two max dollar players, and I know this is a chance for on the heels of a big game against the Wizards. I want Jalen to do well, and I can tell you, Jalen had a great game yesterday. You don't make excuses that Alec had this awful argument that he can do all this when he's shooting like 70% from the field. He said that's not the norm though. I'm like, you can't. If you're gonna make a sports argument, don't argue. Oh, this doesn't count because he shot 70% from the field. That's really good.
That's really good.
Acknowledge he had a good game. Acknowledge that he's playing well, and you can still argue that you don't want him long term.
Jalen's making it tough. Either that or you're going to get a lot in return for him. Hopefully, you're going to get more in return for him anyway.
I want Jalen to play well.
Yes.
Either way.
A time for who plays well? Robin over at HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. It's the place to go. Go to the website and see what they're doing. It's everywhere. She gave me a list of all of the different places. The Woodlands Waterway. She gave me the Ferris wheel. So many different businesses. Oh, Nico Nico's, my man over there at Nico Nico's. All of his stuff, Houston powder coated, and you can see how wonderful it is at his different locations. And it just comes out perfect. And here's the thing: when they had the Astros chair, now we can't promote that, but your favorite team, whatever your favorite team is, they can do the colors for that. You want your favorite team's colors in your backyard with your patio furniture? How cool is that? Everybody comes over and you got Astros or Texans, or you got to change your colors now because they're changing their colors. But all of the different colors that you can have. When you go and tailgate, you got those chairs that have been Houston powder coated to the team's colors, your burnt orange or your maroon. Awesome. They do this every single day. They do it great. They do it better than anybody. 5-star customer reviews. Pickup and free delivery. Free pickup and free delivery. Patio furniture, car parts, boat parts, whatever it is. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. For those of you that didn't hear, Fred Fowler passed yesterday. So if you have any thoughts, you're more than welcome to get in here to talk about Fred. A.J. Hoffman's going to join us an hour from now here to talk about his partner for 12 years on the radio. John wants to talk about Fred. Let's get him in here. Hey, John.
Hey, good morning. This kind of just shows what kind of guy Fred was. So, like in 2019, I was going through divorce. There's no one in my family who has ever been through a divorce. I didn't have anyone to ask any questions to. And I had never been depressed in my life. Like it was like the first time. And I didn't really know how to react to it. I just randomly heard Fred talking about his divorces, multiple. So I made a Twitter account, sent him a message, just said, hey, any advice? He just sent me his number immediately and said, either call me or come out to a show. I went to the next show the next day. And after the show, bought me a beer and just sat and talked to me for like 3 hours. I made a joke about being broke. He like slipped $200 into my jacket that I found later. And I actually kept in touch with him up until about a year ago when I got a new phone and lost the number. But he even checked in with me for like almost a year, probably once a month after that.
No. I tell you what, that's a great story. Yeah, it shows that Fred was a really compassionate person. I heard, I told you earlier, he got me started, but he didn't do it out of compassion. He was trying to do the best he could for his Chronicle, the Houston Chronicle, when he was doing it. And he just was he did a lot of things that weren't being done at that time in newspapers.
That's a great story. That's a great story.
And for him to
much better than you guys, because you guys would have said, "That's your first marriage, get over it." The second one's always better. That's what you would have done.
No, but for Fred to slip the money in.
Oh, I would have told him how John would have told John.
You said, "Is that your first? Is that your first?
You're better off.
You're better off." You would have said that.
You're better off. You're going to be fine.
That was the first. So we're working on the second, hopefully.
Yeah. Are you?
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
And you're fine, right, John? John, everything's good, right?
I'm sorry?
And you're fine, right? Everything is good?
I'm great.
See?
Bar license. I'm an attorney. It's been 5 years. Everything's going good.
See?
You're good.
All good.
Aaron
See,
Raybold, our
another confirmation.
Yeah, but Fred talked and sat down and comforted him and then slipped the money and kept talking.
In like 2 minutes.
I don't think that's what that guy needed then. Get over it.
Get over it.
Not get over it.
Basically, that's your message.
Listen, no, that wouldn't be get over it. It would be you're better off right now, pal.
It's in a way.
No. You're in a better place.
But, Aaron Raybold said Fred was, Aaron was a big Blitz guy. He was our producer for a little bit, and he came from the Blitz, and he was really loved those guys.
Yeah.
Like, really loved the Blitz, and Fred was a big part of it. I've seen things that, interns have said and people who have worked around it. Jeremy Branham had nice things to say. He would reach out and help people.
Yep.
Which was – and Fred didn't have that kind of ego to where he just liked being part of something too. He was very excited when he and AJ, their ratings were going great. I mean, he was just on top of the world that he was part of something that was like that. It was having that show, having that family, kind of a family, being part of something. And it is a big deal when you are part of something that is successful. It's great to be, the individual stuff's great, but I mean, I think the team stuff is way better because you get excited about stuff as a team. And Fred was, I think Fred was a good teammate for AJ, and AJ's talked about that. AJ Hoffman's going to join us at 9:00. We pay our respects for Fred Fowler, who was one of the early adapters to ESPN before, when it was 1560. I know David Gow bought 97.5. ESPN 97.5 was a separate company, and Fred and AJ were a huge part of it. There's a lot of listeners who don't listen to us. I mean, because they had their own base and their own block that loved what they did, which is the irreverent stuff.
Right. Well, they were at 97.5 when we were at 610, and they were, starting to do a lot of good things.
Wait. They weren't there that early because AJ was in Austin. You mean 1560?
No. They came over here as a show. They were already on the air, established before they came
But not
here.
when we were at 610. That was we left there in 2007.
Oh, they weren't doing it yet? No.
No,
Oh.
AJ was still in Austin.
No. Oh, that's right. Greenberg.
They came over when we were in 1560.
We were up against Mike Greenberg when they were
but
over
we
there.
were in
That's right.
1560. They were
there,
Yeah, they were
when
there.
they were 1560. But AJ put out in a tweet, he said, yeah, Fred didn't really like being made fun of at first, but then he realized that was how the show was going to be better, and then he accepted it and actually started becoming self-deprecating. It's a little bit like Dell here, how we make fun of him, a lot of stupid stuff that he says and does. So Dell is now it's all self-deprecating for him.
You think I've had an issue being made fun of on this show?
No, but I've usually accepted it, and it's because, I mean, the listeners realize that you're.
Have you accepted being made fun of?
You're the class clown. Yes, I absolutely do. I get made fun of all the time, and it's fine.
No, you're the clown. I'm the court jester. Remember?
You are the court jester. That's right. 808. Yes. If anybody else has got some thoughts about Fred, you're more than welcome to get in here. I didn't see. Here is what's going on with the bullpen right now. It's spring training, and you tell me. Josh Hader, 4 innings, zero ERA, 3 strikeouts. Ryan Presley, 3 innings, 6 ERA, 2 strikeouts. Brian Abreu, 3 innings, 0 ERA, 5 strikeouts in 3 innings. Pretty good. Rafael Montero, 2 innings, 18 ERA. Not great. 1 strikeout. Drew Strotman, 7 2/3, 2.35 ERA, 10 strikeouts.
good.
That's really good.
What's a Drew?
What is a
Strotman?
Drew Strotman?
Yeah.
I never heard of one of those things. Parker Mushinski,
It sounds like I know Parker Mushinski.
6 innings, 0 ERA, 9 strikeouts.
He actually had some decent outings last year. Remember
well,
that?
I think it's him or Bennett Sousa. Sousa is 5 innings, 5.40 ERA with 2 strikeouts. Mushinski is making a case to be the left-hander out of the bullpen. Taylor Scott, 8 innings, 0 ERA, 7 strikeouts. What is a Taylor Scott? Never heard of one. A Wander Suero, 6 2/3, 4.05 ERA, 6 strikeouts. Dylan Coleman, who they picked up, 4 1/3, 14.54 ERA, 5 strikeouts. Seth Martinez is going to be in this bullpen, 3 2/3, 0 ERA, 5 strikeouts. Brandon Bielak. I think Brandon Bielak. Dana talked about. Dana Brown talked about trying to make a trade. Bielak might be somebody that they might be dangling out there.
Ooh, maybe we get a starting center fielder out of it.
No, they're looking for relief help.
You're
Maybe
just gonna
trading
get
relief
nothing. You're
relief
just gonna
guys.
get
Ronel Blanco is really killing it. 7 2/3, 8 strikeouts, 0 ERA.
I mean, Strotman is a career minor leaguer. I'm looking at him right now. He's been a career minor leaguer. Nothing too substantial in his background. He's about a 1-to-1 in terms of innings pitched to strikeout. He's in that neighborhood. Whips. There's nothing in his background that would tell you that this is a guy who's going to be. I mean, he's got his whip is going to be primarily 1.4. There's a 0.75 there for a little bit. Which
He is
great.
facing a lot of plumbers
1.2,
right
1.7, 1.8, 1.5, 1.5. Yeah. I mean, he's beating plumbers, but that's good. Do your job.
Mm-hmm.
Do your job. That's good. Make yourself, he's 27. Create a little noise. Make John Granado talk about you.
Or
And you did.
a trade bait.
He did what
he looks good this spring. Maybe he's trade bait.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't. Not
He's
sure.
been pretty much like low A, then high A. It's great that he's pitching well, though. And sometimes you find something. So I think Ronel Blanco is going to be – Ronel's going to be the guy. You'll use Ronel out of that role.
Ronel Blanco is
Ronel will take over the old Montero role. Montero will take over – does he take over the Neris role? No. You don't have that. So Abreu's in the Neris role now.
Abreu's
Montero's in the Stanek role. No, Montero's in the Montero role, unfortunately. And then the Stanek / Maton role is going to be Ronel Blanco, I think.
Yes, I think Ronel Blanco has a much bigger role. I think Seth Martinez has a bigger role this year. He can take over for Stanek. Got to take over for Kendall Graveman. Got to take over for Nerys. There's a lot of taking over to do. And, Josh Hader certainly helps all of that along the way. 713-780-3776 to get into your Fred Fowler passed away yesterday, so A.J. Hoffman is going to join us at the top of the next hour. And if you have any thoughts on Fred or anything
feel free
else,
to come in.
you're more than
you
welcome
want.
to come in.
Absolutely.
I got to talk right now. I was at Carlton Woods yesterday. I was at the Fazio course, not the Nicholas course. But as they tell me, the Nicholas course is coming in so perfectly right now, and it's going to be ready. It is coming up. It's April 18th, the Chevron Championship. Get your tickets at thechevronchampionship.com. It is the first major of the year for the lady. If you've never been to Carlton Woods, it is such a beautiful, beautiful course. They actually they had to get to the Woodlands and to get the Nicholas course. They had to move some things around, and the LPGA said, "Yep, we'll move them around because we want to be here." A 5-year deal with with Carlton Woods and the Nicholas course, and they can't be happier with the way that it played last year, and it's going to play tougher this year. They did a lot of redos. They did a lot of stuff with the greens, and it is going to be the perfect setting for that first major of the year. And if you're somebody that loves golf, or even if you don't, you got a little girl that you want to see competition by the ladies at the highest level, this is the place. Get on out there, April 18th through the 21st. It's thechevronchampionship.com.
You're listening to John and Lance and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Jonas Brothers will be at NRG tonight. Still a very popular band. I've never seen them live, but if tickets are available, I'm sure they'll put on a great show. John, have you ever seen the Jonas Brothers show? Have you ever had to experience it because of Frankie or anything?
No, she wanted to go though.
One Direction.
I mean, I would have to fly her in and stuff. So no,
she wanted to go to this show.
Yeah, she would love to go to Jonas.
They're
Jonas
big.
Brothers.
I mean,
they're huge.
They individually did really well too.
Yeah, They're huge.
Or one of them did.
It's still the younger. Those people like them still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of them's already been through a divorce.
Oh yeah. Who? Well, one of them's is.
One of them was married to Sansa, but not anymore.
Oh, not anymore.
No.
Oh,
Sansa
man.
like the party now.
Well, geez.
You see her chugging
British.
beer at basketball games, hockey games. Yeah.
She's fun. I like that about Sansa. But yeah, that's not. Did you go to Zach Brown last night?
I didn't.
You didn't.
I didn't think to go. Did you?
I didn't. JT went with his buddies, so they had a big time, and I asked them how it was. They said it was great.
Did he do the what's it called? The fried chicken song, whatever it's called. Did he do that to close the show, to open the show? What's it called?
He usually doesn't do it to close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fried chicken.
No,
that's
a little bit of chicken fried.
Chicken fried.
Cold beer on a Friday night.
Oh, I've
pair
heard
of
that
jeans
before.
that fits just
I have
right.
heard that. Yeah.
And the radio.
Is the pair of jeans about
I just
him
found
or a
Zach
girl?
Bryan for the first time, and I'm not. I've been like in and out on country stuff, but I don't.
You know what
dislike
chicken
it.
fried is?
Yeah, I have heard.
Are
that.
the jeans about him or a girl? Jeans fit
a
just
pair of
right.
jeans that fits just right.
Are
It's
they
for
about-
everybody.
It's about a girl
It's
or
everybody,
himself.
though.
Well, yeah, if you have a jeans,
No,
that fit
everybody.
just right.
You got a pair of jeans
I don't
that
wear
fit
jeans.
just right.
I don't wear jeans anymore. I'm asking. I don't know the
You
song.
don't wear jeans, though, do
No,
you?
I don't. So I'm asking, was he talking about a girl who looked
No,
great in
your
jeans?
own jeans.
Okay.
Your own jeans fit just right. That's great. Yeah.
Probably meant just because that's a good feeling. Like,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it would be clever to say a pair of jeans that fit just right.
Yeah.
And he's talking about the girl.
I mean, because I'd much prefer the jeans that fit just right on the girl than jeans that fit just right on me.
Yeah.
I mean, just my mindset.
I mean, I see that. I totally see that. What are you looking at here? You seem to be something just got your attention.
Well, something got my attention.
video did.
Crazy clips.
Oh, you can't. John follows.
A dad who slaps the mom and the boy knocks his dad out.
That's stepdad.
Yeah.
I mean, the stepdad slapped mom and the boy.
yeah.
See, I've seen all the. I got into a hole yesterday. I've seen all these. I'm already up on all these, and they're all old anyway.
Yeah.
I saw one that was so bad I couldn't follow it. It was making me mad. It was like some guy beating up a veteran in an old folks home,
Or
just
how about
punching
the
him in the
kid-
face.
you're seeing
I
guys-
was like, I can't see this.
Guys who are just people that are getting on the subway and guys just hitting people. As they,
I can't watch
it.
that. It
Just
makes
is
me
so people are
It
just
makes me too. It makes me
terrible.
think that people all need to be just electrocuted and just done away with.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I gotta get out of this. Like,
Yeah.
if I just think I need to start carrying a taser and pepper spray or bear spray, just randomly. What am I? And I think, what am I? Some kind of basically superhero who will run on, who will start running on subways and spraying people with pepper spray.
That
bear
would be
spray?
great.
I know.
If
What
you
am I,
came across
Curtis
them and you
Slua?
pepper spray them all.
I mean,
That would be
can
great.
people just not act like a-holes? Can we start really punishing really hard? If you just randomly punch somebody in the face, let's go ahead and let them hit you in the face with a bat. I mean, that's a deterrent, right? If you randomly just hit people, you're just random acts of violence. It's supposed to be random acts of kindness, not random acts of violence. Random acts of violence should be met with substantial violence. And then maybe that's a deterrent.
So violence begets more violence.
It's in it's in the early Bible stuff.
And you think that's the right solution?
I think it's look, the second one was more turn your cheek and forgiveness and all that. The first one's what eye for an eye. And I just think the first one, I think the first one really would slow people down a little bit. Slow people down. We got to stop, like, people, you can't keep acting like this or there's going to be some
So
big
you
punishment
think
for you.
once you get to a certain point in the violence, it won't escalate any further?
Yeah. No, that's
Well,
all.
I look at other countries and I say, when like if you get your hand chopped off for shoplifting, I can tell you that decision making will be a little tougher for you about shoplifting. I'm just saying that makes sense.
And you're less
for
capable.
me at least. It'd
And
be a
to be
deterrent.
fair, you're less capable because you're missing a hand.
Yeah, you won't be able to shoplift as easily.
It'll be harder. You gotta. Yeah.
Now
it'll be harder.
the Scarlet Letter. When I read that in high school, I thought, okay, that's a lot that you have to wear this letter
Just
A
because
around.
someone else
Make sure
said
everyone
you
knows you're
did
an
something.
adulteress.
Because someone else said you did it, you get the A on your chest, even if they were lying about it.
Yeah, that was. Oh, was that? I can't remember the story. She was not an adulteress. It was just tricked. Yeah.
The whole point of that.
That was the whole point of the. I missed that
Kind
part.
of.
Oh, yeah.
It was a book.
You weren't paying attention.
I wasn't.
Unless it was Lord of the Rings.
Cliff Notes. I did see
Or
the
Shogun.
Cliff Notes on it.
You read Shogun.
I
right?
read Shogun. It was great.
You read Shogun?
Yeah, it was
But Shogun's been around for a while,
a
hasn't
long time. Yeah, there was another series. Richard somebody played.
Yeah, they
it
did it
back in
a
the
while,
early
a while ago.
70s or
I don't
80s.
know. I remember when
Yeah.
it was a big deal.
Yeah.
This isn't the same thing as Tom Cruise when he did his little
No,
thing,
that was
right?
Last Samurai.
Yeah, Last Samurai.
This is a lot. Listen, the book was awesome, but the series that series was pretty good too. This
you
is
said
excellent.
there's no
This series
gratuitous-
is excellent, everybody. We got the first two of the Kate Winslet.
What do you, Kate Winslet?
Oh, no,
Or
it's The Regime.
The Regime.
Oh, the Regime. Yeah.
It's weird
It's
as hell.
really weird.
I've seen
It's
the first.
weird
I haven't,
as hell.
I haven't seen the latest.
I saw the first two.
I got to admit, there's something about Kate Winslet that's like, she's kind of sexy, but in a weird, like.
In a weird way.
In a weird way.
What
Not standard. Not.
What a
She still looks
compliment.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a compliment for her.
But her little minion is, that guy's a wild card. He is a bad
I've seen that
temper.
guy a lot in German television.
Yeah.
It's kind of dystopian. I mean, I feel like I'm watching like from the creators of Handmaid's Tale. It's got a real dystopian type feel to it with the way that they're dressed up, and so yeah, it's not bad. It's just different.
Yep. It's weird.
It's different.
It's weird. Ryan wants to talk NFL. What do you say, Ryan?
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. I want to say R.I.P. Falcon. Real quick story. One time I went on a pub crawl with him and met him. We started talking, and I said, I can outdrink you. And he said he could outdrink me, and that was a bad mistake on my part because that man could throw them back.
Yeah,
so
he's known.
Anybody that's drank with him would know
He's
that.
known for gambling and being able to hold his bourbon.
Yeah, I was drinking Coors Lights. He was drinking IPAs, and let's just say I didn't last till 6 p.m. So,
Wow,
real quick
he
question.
outdrank the Coors Light versus IPA.
Yeah,
That's a little
was
different.
calling
That's
that.
pretty. Yeah. That's
Yeah, it was
impressive.
pretty impressive. Yeah. So, quick question. So last year around this time, I remember Greg Cosell was given not high praises, but somewhat high praises in regards to Kenny Pickett and saying that he was going to show some significant advancement. And obviously that didn't work out last year, and it's crazy how things play out. But I want to hear y'all's thoughts on the whole Russell Wilson thing. I'm sure y'all touched on it, but do you think he's going to be able to come in there and work with Arthur Smith and have a turnaround? Do you think he's just so far gone that it's beyond, skills, it's mental? Like, what are y'all's thoughts on him going there with those weapons and that O-line and that offense? And do you think he'll be able to succeed, or
No,
you don't have high expectations?
I think it's past the point of no return for Russell personally.
God, it's
I don't have
so
high.
weird.
I know he was an MVP front runner in 21, and it just fell off.
How
and
do you just fall off like that?
I don't know. And then had a bad 22. No. It was in 20. He was MVP front runner for the first half of the year. Fell off second half. Was not that great the next year in 21. 22 was really bad with Denver. Better statistically, but his own teammates yelling at him. I don't have a lot of faith. It's clear by now. The stories I heard in Seattle, now you saw it in Denver. Teammates don't really buy into Russell Wilson that much. I think they think he's kind of phony. I'm not sure Russ is always. I think he tries to be who he needs to be. So I don't know that there's a lot of respect for him as a leader, unfortunately. I think he had a really terrific career, honestly, but I feel like it's too far gone, John. And I don't know that a teammate, he's a bridge quarterback. So how do you get everyone to buy in, your teammates and everything? You go to a new team. He's not really loved around the league, and he's going to come in there and he's a short timer. I just don't think he's going to get the respect and command the respect that he needs to as a quarterback. I think his confidence has been very shaken over the last few years. I don't have great hopes for him, honestly. I mean, he had DK Metcalf and he had Tyler Lockett. I mean, that's a pretty and he still wasn't the same quarterback. Now he's going to go to Pittsburgh, and he's got, Pickens, who is just I don't know what to think of Pickens. He's got Deontay Johnson.
He's been traded.
He's traded, yeah, right?
To the Panthers, I believe.
Yeah, so who's the second receiver over there? I'm trying to think of the second receiver, but I don't think it's great. I don't think Russell Wilson's going to make any difference in Pittsburgh. I think it's just going to turn into should it be? Is it time to give Kenny Pickett a start? We'll get that after the third game. I can already tell you what the headlines are going to look like. I don't think it's going to be good for them.
I don't know. I don't think it's the answer, but he wasn't bad last year.
The stats were okay.
He has to be managed, right? Like he can't. If you're expecting Russell Wilson to be an elevator, I don't think
That's just it, though, Dell. I don't think he can play in a managed offense.
Well,
so that's
Sean
where
Payton
you
tried
are.
his
He's
best,
a play
I guess.
extender. He was at his best when he could play extend. He likes things that come off schedule sometimes too.
He
and
does.
He's not good at it anymore.
Yep. You know who's good at extending?
But he should be physically. He's like he doesn't run as much anymore, which
No.
also hurts him.
No. You know who's good at extending loans is Craig DeSurf.
Yeah, he'll extend you a loan, 60-month. No one does 48 anymore. 48's dead. The 4-year, everyone's going 60. Some are going 72. There's even 84. You know, if you want to purchase, we had to make a lot of these decisions. My son got his first car, the Buick Envision. Loved the interior, loved the exterior, loved everything about it. Looked at the Buick Encore. The price was important for me because I'm going to be paying for this car for at least the first and maybe the second year. So we looked at purchase options, looked at the finance rates. And one of the things I wanted to do was I said, look, let's go with a 39-month lease. We got the payments where I wanted them. And then we got the vehicle that he liked. And so it was a win-win for both of us. And then 15,000 miles on it. So he's got plenty of miles. Got to drive back to Tuscaloosa this weekend. He just told me yesterday, he goes, it's so weird, Dad, waking up with my own car. Like, this is my car. And he was very thankful. He loved dealing with Craig and Jeff and Rick and everyone over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They make it a breeze. It's simple. You enjoy the car buying experience. Having a new car is a big deal. It's a lot of fun, and it shouldn't be a stressful event to go in and buy a vehicle. And it's never a stressful event out in Angleton. Great service, great selection, and the best prices you're going to find, whether it's purchase or lease. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Start your car buying right now at lancezcars.com.
Time to talk about Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing. Time for you to put the number in your phone because you, my friends, have got, when you need Aqueduct Plumbing, you've got to have it ready to go. 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. They are so good at what they do. They're going to come to your home. They're going to give you a fair deal. They're not going to charge you just for showing up. They're going to give you an estimate. And when you get that estimate, you can get other estimates, I guess. Here's the deal is a lot of plumbers are going to charge you just for showing up, so it's going to cost you. Or they'll take it out. Well, we'll put that into your bill. Okay, well, whatevs. I know I ain't doing that. What I'm doing is I want you to come to my home and give me an estimate of what the work is going to cost and not charge me just for showing up. Hey, if you've got any issues whatsoever with how your water is coming through your pipes and through your faucets or your shower heads, then you need Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They helped mine out. It's been perfect ever since. They helped me out when I had a leak. They helped me out when I had a couple of leaks actually after the freeze, and then we had one that just a pipe burst. You never know what's going to happen. Drain cleaning, pipe detection, water tank cleaning, all of it. They do it all, and they do it great. You need a plumber? 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A.J. Hoffman joining us at the top of the hour. 713-78. No, the Shogun, back in the day, it was in 1980, the first series. It was
a big deal on TV, if I remember correctly.
Somebody sent it. It was Richard Gozinha, but it's not Richard Gozinha. It is.
Did he ever win an Emmy for his portrayal?
It's Richard Chamberlain. He was the actor.
Oh no, Gozinha. Oh no.
What's
funny? It reminds me of Bofa.
Well, what's the shortening of Richard? Don't we call Richard the
why?
Rick.
No.
Rick.
Hey.
Rick
Gozinha.
Rick Gozinha. It's Gozinha.
He was great, man. His career ended prematurely, though.
Yeah, the 1980 one was really, really good. And this one though is a different level.
So there were epics on TV back in the day when I was a kid. Like Roots was a huge deal.
Roots was huge.
I remember my parents going over to another family's house. It was, now that I look back at it, my mom and dad went over to Clarence James and his wife Henrietta, black couple, and they watched Roots together. I was like, man, that was.
Well, you came over to my house to watch Game of Thrones before.
Yeah, I mean they're watching Roots. That's a little different.
Well,
it's not sci-fi, fantasy,
no,
whatever.
I get it, but
that's about the slave trade and everything.
Well, I know, but it's still. I mean, it's like that's what people do. They gather together and watch epic series together.
So there was that. People would gather on Game of Thrones, but I'm like in the early '80s. You had Lonesome Dove was a huge deal. I remember. I never watched that. I
never saw that either. But everybody says everyone missed it.
You'd probably
great series.
Yeah. If you like Yellowstone, they say Lonesome Dove was great, and then Shogun I think was on TV.
Yeah, it was absolutely. Yeah.
So you used to have markers of. I remember the day after where. What it would be. We're in the middle of the Cold War. I'm terrified of nuclear war, and this is what it's going to look like if there's a nuclear bomb in the United States. Like, oh, great. Let me watch this. Kids should not watch this. Great. I already know I've got to get underneath the desk because that'll save me. If there's a nuclear bomb, you get under the desk and you sit there with your hands over your head.
Yeah, we had nuclear.
It protects you.
We had nuclear war drills. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it protects you against
like what are you going to do?
Radiation blast.
Right.
If your hands are over your head,
right,
then you can't get it.
Right.
Especially if you're under a desk, which can protect you.
Yeah. Bunkers were a big thing back then. Everybody digging bunkers to
Did they?
Yeah.
Not here. Not in Houston.
Well, you can't.
Bunkers not a thing.
You can't here in Houston.
Deal with clay.
Yeah.
You could.
Well, you could, I guess, but
you could. You got a lot of clay you're dealing with,
and it's the first rain. It's just gonna flood out.
Yeah. Well, did you ever see when we had the hurricane coming in? A guy, my God, our last the big was Harvey, and the guy who wrapped in it was in the Meyerland area. I don't know if it's guy. I assume wrapped the whole house in plastic wrap. Like, thought that, like, I don't know. I think this is going to work. He put sandbags and plastic wrap all around his house.
Didn't work that well.
It didn't take.
No. At Meyerland, holy crap, talk about it. Just a lake. It turns into a lake when it drizzles.
I know.
Let's get Red Raider Kevin in here. Hey, Kev.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Gonna kick a little cougar ass tonight.
Ooh,
what?
Okay, you lead. You come right out with that. Come right out with that.
Yeah, reckless, aren't we?
Outside of that, man, hey, life is good. Look, I personally, like I told Dale, man, I personally didn't know Fred Fowler, but one thing I know, Fred's got to be a great guy. Had to have been a great guy because my brother, man, didn't get along with nobody. If he met a guy, he met an enemy. And he thought all white America was against him. But he thought Fred Fowler, man, was cream of the crop. He really, really loved Fred. And for whatever reason, Fred took a liking to him. And, you know, my brother wasn't an easy guy to be a friend to at all. I mean, I'll just be real with you about it. Like, he was angry black guy on 700. And, man, but he loved Fred Fowler. I don't know why they clicked or what conversations they had, but, man, he spoke highly of Fred Fowler.
Fred was
man.
very
really
amenable. Did. Like, yeah, he was not a guy that he was pretty easy to get along with. I think he was pretty, I know like one person that had beef with Fred, but Fred was a pretty easy guy. I think that's right, Red Raider Kevin. He was a guy that just got along with a lot of people. Pretty low-key demeanor, really. Just wanted to have fun.
Yeah. Hey, look, on the Russell Wilson thing, man, I think if you look at the past 2 years by the number, and the only reason why I say this is because I was curious about it because I didn't think Russell did a horrible job. I think he hadn't been Russ. And if you compare a guy now to who he once was when he played at an all-star level, yeah, it ain't the same. He's not the same guy anymore. But I saw a thing called blind faith where you just put up a guy's numbers versus Russell. They looked at the kid, was it Herbert with the Chargers. They put him up side by side, and Russ was better, or right there equivalent. They put up the kid in Jacksonville, Lawrence, next to him, and he was better than Lawrence. But the point that Colin was making, it was Cowherd who did it. The point he was making is that sometime in the media, when certain people sour on guys, they put a narrative out there about him. And he was like, look, I'm not saying Russ has been Russ. Yeah, I mean, Russ has had some problems, but Russ has not been nowhere near as bad as the media is making him out to be if you go by the number over the past 2 years that some of these other guys like Lawrence and like Herbert, who they love. So if you got to take the chance or want to have the opportunity, you may not as Russell Wilson. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. But if you look at them by the number, as some guys who we say are up and coming or guys who people love, Russ ain't been as bad, man.
Let me ask you a question.
With his efficiency.
You played college ball. The problem I think Russ has right now is he's not loved in the locker room, and they think he's kind of phony. They did in Seattle. I think they did in Denver as well. He came in asking for his own. Like, he demanded a bunch of stuff in Denver. He was not one of the fellas. I think that's something, too, though, right? That even if the numbers – because Russ was not – his team didn't really have his back at the end in Seattle or in Denver. I think there's something to that, too, as well, Kevin, that – and you can maybe speak to that playing college ball – is sometime it matters also how the building, how the locker room thinks of a quarterback.
No, Lance, you're absolutely right about that. You know you are. But I would say this. We're talking about grown men who are supposed to be professionals. And people would think that crap doesn't matter because, hey, look, show up, do your job. We're all trying to make a means for our family. Hey, do what you're supposed to do when you show up in this building and don't worry about another man's business. That's why guys don't speak on other guys' contracts, because we're all individuals and we all need to take care of our own business. But at the end of the day, I'll tell you what I know for a fact, because I had people, and if you go just take a look in the building that are former Red Raiders in Dallas, the thing that killed the Cowboys was the Ezekiel Elliott second contract when he re-signed, and guys was like, they know this guy wasn't taking care of his business, so some guys literally quit on the team. So you would think, hey, take care of your business because you're a grown man, but no, it matters. And if you remember back, Sherman, I want to say, was the first guy to speak on Russ, talking about how fake he was in the locker room, and how guys didn't like him. I think Richard Sherman was the first guy to speak on that.
Yeah, it was.
That spoke publicly about it.
It was. There was an issue with, and that was a surprise because Russ was really at the top of his game when that kind of came out, and he made a comment that, and I remember. Thanks for the call, Red Raider Kev. You know, I remember the first time I heard about that with Philadelphia, that I heard from somebody who was close to a starting member of the defense. In Philadelphia, there was a big chasm for Donovan McNabb in the locker room about and it kind of gets to a tricky cultural thing that is
created T.O.
Well, T.O. did help create it, and I remember Jeremiah Trotter was all in on yeah, you're right. And that's two offensive players, but you pick sides.
A diva wide receiver.
You on T.O.'s side, or are you on Donovan's side? But there were some things where the guys thought in Philadelphia that Donovan was kind of a fraud, that he showed you a public face, but behind closed doors, he was a different thing. And I think that is an interesting – it's a lot of – I'll just say this, and a lot of you will tune out, but I think it's something that internally that black quarterbacks have to deal with sometimes with teammates, is that – you walk a fine line at times about being, are you too much like, are you being real? Are you who you're being? Are you being a phony guy because you want to make the white owners smile or be happy with you? It's a weird thing that other quarterbacks don't have to deal with, that you have to, are you black enough in the building with your teammates? Are you a real dude? Like C.J. Stroud is just himself. He's authentically himself. Everyone loves it. He doesn't have to try to be something. I think Russ has been a unique, and this is a conversation that is fun to have probably with the right people who can just be honest and have this conversation, like me and Dell, because we're friends.
Best friends.
But like Russell Wilson, he's a biracial guy who was always, and you remember when they called RG3 a cornball brother. It was I can't remember who it was.
It was Rob Parker.
Rob Parker called him that, cornball brother. And I thought, that's just such a damaging thing to say. It's you just shouldn't. I don't think you should make those comments. But I do wonder sometime if Russell. Do you think that's fair, Del? That Russell, because you will speak honestly about that. I know this actually for a fact, that there were guys in the building who think Russ in Seattle was
phony,
and
I think
trying to be, quote, and I heard this, too white, quote unquote, too white. That's something that Drake May's not going to have to deal with.
Yeah, he was not being very good. I think it goes beyond just being, I guess, authentic. I guess is the cleanest way we're going to be able to say it. People looked at Russ as being fake. You could be who you are, but just be that person. They didn't believe he was being who he actually was. I don't know who Russ is in real life, but he came across as someone, at least to his teammates, as being fake. I don't think Dak Prescott has the same issues, and Dak Prescott wouldn't be considered authentic, the most authentic, if we're going to use that term. If we're going to have a spectrum between, let's say, Lamar Jackson, who's the people's quarterback, we'll put that in quotes, the people's quarterback. Dak Prescott doesn't have that same cachet. But I don't know if people think Dak is fake. He's just Dak, and he's just different. He's the way he is. I think it's more about Russ not being himself. And if you're not going to be yourself, people are going to see that.
Like Ryan Clark's comment is very telling about Lamar Jackson. He's the first real black quarterback. I mean,
whatever
I always
that
feel
means.
uncomfortable because you make it sound so homogenous that black people are all the same. Like, this is the real black. That is such a – I know people who are way different. Like, you can't – it's such a damaging thing to put everyone in a homogenous group. Like, this is real black. Okay.
All right, we got to break it here. 713-780-3776.
You can weigh in when we come back about black quarterbacks and real black quarterbacks.
Don't rub
You want?
your
You
your
can't
forearm.
rub your XFL hoodie on your arm. But since you are in the community,
Real blue.
you tell me
This
that you're
is
in
real
the,
blue.
That's real blue. But since you're in kind of the community, I'd like for you to speak on Shogun and the difficulties of being a black quarterback if you can.
Time for me to talk about free reign. So, yesterday, yesterday, Lance says, well, bring me in a cup of coffee. Today, I brought you in a cup. It is good, isn't it?
Really good. So I've got my cold Starbucks here in this one, and I've got free range in this one.
Free reign.
Free reign. That was fantastic.
It is good, isn't it?
Really good.
I mean,
and then I go to this Starbucks that I brought in. It's just in my cup. I just poured it out of a thing I bought. There is a big difference in taste.
So
a big difference.
There it is, the taste test. Dell, you don't drink coffee, do you?
I do not.
Okay. So I'm telling you, I'm not lying about this. Free reign is different. It doesn't have that bitter aftertaste that coffee. It's not. It's so good. It's full body. It's different. You know, Rip did this, okay, in San Angelo 25 years ago. They started this thing, and it is real. Get up and get after it. I'm telling you, if you like coffee, this coffee is different. They just brew it. It just is different. It is better. You got the American Dirt, which is the most popular one. That's what you had today. I've got the
pretty
Homestead.
smooth for being American Dirt.
At my house, the Texas Pecan is already done. And I think the Texas Pecan is better than that. It's better than that. Yeah. And you, my friends, have a chance to get this yourself. 975coffee.com. Listen to Lance. He drank this coffee, and he believes it. I'm telling you, it is the best coffee I've ever had. 975coffee.com. You put in promo code ESPN20 for 20% off. 975coffee.com, promo code ESPN20.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, 851 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Next up, after this segment, we're going to hear from A.J. Hoffman right here on the show. And let's get back to the Texans for a second. 33rd team, winners and losers, biggest winners and losers of the first wave of free agency. Their number one winner is the Houston Texans. And talked about all of the moves that they've made. And extended Joe Mixon yesterday. Signed Tim Settle yesterday. Another big day for your Houston Texans. They say the best under-the-radar move of the first wave of free agency might have been nabbing Danico Autry, able to play on the edge or as a tackle. Autry has been fantastic over the last 7 years, quietly produced 11.5 sacks for Tennessee, proving to age gracefully. Houston's playmaking on both sides of the ball has markedly improved already. Apparently now, with the addition of Danielle Hunter, who's going to be on the outside, Danico Autry is going to be on the inside. The question is going to be whether or not, well, you got a little bit more bulk with Tim Settle yesterday. You have Heinisch. You have Khalil Davis. The question is whether or not you're going to be able to stop the run any better than you have been. And perhaps you will. Maybe Tim Settle helps that a little bit. But yeah, I think you might have. I don't know. I don't know how that worked out. It'll be interesting to see if at any point they divulge what they were thinking when they signed Autry, followed by Danielle Hunter. Whether or not Danielle Hunter just came along or they planned on using Autry inside the whole time.
I don't feel like – I don't know. I mean, Eric Armstead was in the mix, right?
Well, I had always thought Autry was a tackle, but he had moved outside.
Yeah, he had moved outside. He was only tackle with the Colts, but he can play defensive tackle, and he'd be a great classic, 4-eye, 5 technique, which plays right over the tackle, kind of the 3-4 defensive end. And you remember this, the standard 3-4 that the Steelers used to always use, they don't really use that much anymore. People don't use that. Like San Francisco's a classic 3-4 team, supposedly. They got players who look like it, but because you're in base, you have 4 down linemen.
But isn't he going to have to, as a smaller guy, use the 3 technique?
He'll have to be a 3.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
If he's going to play there.
I'm
not convinced that, remember, they have Folu Fotukasi as well. They have Tim Settle now, who they signed yesterday. They have, I actually think there is a decent chance that he's a sub-package rusher, that they only use him a lot on second down. Like he's a guy who comes on the field on second down, and he rushes from inside and can also handle the run. I don't think he's a full-time because you want him rushing from inside. Let's not forget,
though, the teams are throwing on first down more than ever now.
Yeah, no, they are. But at the same time, you don't get the same get-off.
Yeah.
You're looking run first and then pass. Think about this. He's 33 years old. What makes him dangerous is his ability to rush. He's very, very tough. I'm probably not playing him on a lot of first downs. I want to keep him fresh on the rush downs. You win football by attacking quarterbacks.
And you do. Again, Khalil Davis played pretty well last year.
Khalil Davis, I thought, was fantastic.
Yeah.
I didn't love that guy coming out, and I was like, man, who is 94? He's all over everything. Yeah. It's Khalil Davis. I'm like, wow. Khalil Davis.
Uh-oh.
Here.
Uh-oh.
We have a trade. A trade that means the Texans won't be drafting in the first round. The Vikings have acquired the Texans' first-round pick, number 23 overall. This is according to Tom Pelissero, for a package that includes second-rounders this year and next. So here's the total deal. Minnesota gets number 23, number 232. Houston gets number 42, number 188, and a second-rounder in 25. So
they're out of the first round.
They're out of the first round.
Okay, so say this again now. Houston gives away their first.
Their first this year, for a second this year, a second next year, and number 188.
Okay, Minnesota, what number's the second this year?
42.
Okay, so this makes sense because
23 42 and 59 now.
23 didn't make any sense for a defensive tackle for me. 23, there's probably not a rusher there. 23, Brian Thomas is off the table by 23. I was having a hard time coming up with who they were going to take. That's why I did a trade up for Quinyon Mitchell. So what this does now is take the top corners, but so what's their second rounder going to be?
42 and 59.
Okay, so at 42.
No, I'm going to tell you this.
42 is a wide receiver.
Trader Nick ain't done.
You don't think so?
Nope. Trader Nick, he likes to move up.
40.
I would not be surprised at all if Nick doesn't move up from here.
So how does he move up? Does he trade next year's first?
Yeah, you don't have a lot of
No,
fuel.
you got that second too. Don't forget.
So you're going to use 2 seconds to go back
And
into
you got
the first?
2 seconds this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got out of the first round to trade back into the first round?
Okay,
Well-
well, if you did that and you can somehow package those seconds aren't high enough to get ahead of 23. You can't do that. Why would you use those 2 to get back into the late first?
No, I'm not. I'm not even saying that they do that. They might use their 5th and whatever to get up.
So
Trader Nick ain't done.
Nick is not. Oh, so you don't start this. Nick Casario doesn't. All right, let's take a break because I want to talk about
Well,
this.
Fred
because,
and AHA's joining us.
okay, well, let me say this real quick then. Nick didn't start this. Minnesota called because they got a plan. So Minnesota's plan now is going to be to trade up and get a wide receiver. Get a quarterback. They traded to get 2 first-round picks. We've seen this before when teams were trading up and like when the Eagles were making their move to go get Carson Wentz. This is a preemptive move for a reason. You're not just – I don't think you're just going 23. I think this
is a San Francisco move
we're
to get
gonna
Trey
move
Lance.
from 11 and 23, and we're going to move up to get a pick higher to go get our quarterback.
Yep.
That's
All right,
what I think that is.
857.
So that we can take Justin Fields out of the mix, unless they're saying we're going to take best of offensive line or defensive end or cornerback, whatever's still there at 23. Vikings could still do that, I guess. But it feels like a trade up for a quarterback.
Breaking it. A.J. Hoffman joins us on the other side. Right now you talk John Daspit.
John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm, personal injury lawyer, who started at Forbright Jaworski, highly nationally and internationally respected law firm. John was great there, did a fantastic job, was very successful. But then he decided to open his own firm and start helping people around Houston with personal injury issues. And John grew up here, went to high school here, good friends with Gabe Manecki, and he's friends with Selvin Young. He works with Selvin Young to get needy children bikes to do turkey drops where they do Thanksgiving stuff. He's very charitable as well, and he just wants to give back to the community. He understands that there's a lot of people when it comes to personal injury that they get hurt and they get taken advantage of because you've got to have somebody who's looking out for you for your hospital bills, your time missed from work, your pain and suffering, physical therapy, surgery, all these things. And John Daspit and his law firm, they take their time to make sure they comb over everything. They don't do quick deals so that there's just a quick check. And because what happens then is when you sign off, you're done. You're done. And if something else arises, you need a surgery, that's out of your pocket. Let the experts there get you the payoff that is the right payoff. You get a big payoff if you are injured badly. It wasn't your fault. If you've been injured on the road or on the water or out at your workplace and through someone else's negligence, you shouldn't have to come out of pocket, and you should be compensated for what you are going through. And John Daspit will make sure that they pay, and he will fight the insurance company tooth and nail, and he has a tremendous win percentage. 713-CALL-NOW is the phone number, 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
HRP, locally owned and operated. We love them here. I don't know what you're doing with your payroll. I don't know if your business is growing right now, it's getting a little bit out of control. Now you've got somebody that's in there and they can't handle the payroll. They're like, man, this is getting too much. I got taxes to take care of. I don't know about the Affordable Care Act. I mean, we're in over our head on this payroll, HR, and tax thing. Well, that's happening for you. And you know what? That's a good thing because your business is growing. But you know what you know? You know your business. You know your widgets that you're selling. You don't know payroll. You know what HRP's business is? Payroll and HR and the Affordable Care Act. They're experts in the Affordable Care Act. So don't do this yourself. You can't do it. You can't do it as well as they do, and you can't do it as economically as they can either. So if you're a business that's growing, you need HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Got a text from AJ. Hadn't heard from him in a while, and boy, was it a shocker yesterday for those of you who hadn't heard. If you're just getting in your car, hadn't heard this morning, Fred Fowler of the Blitz died yesterday. And AJ put that, he sent us texts, and then he wrote some really, really nice things on Twitter, on X, about Fred. And he's joining us this morning here, was part of the family, both of them part of the family here at 97.5. Just incredible, Fred, just incredible, AJ, the Fred news yesterday. It had to be, you guys worked together for 12 years. You were still doing stuff with him with his podcast. You were in touch with him. Had to be just about as shocking for you. Was it as shocking for you as it was for us?
I don't know if I would say shocking. Fred was one of those guys who lived every day like it was his last day, and sometimes that's a dangerous way to live. But I knew that his health wasn't the greatest, and usually Fred's prescription, instead of going to a doctor, was to just have a little drink and maybe some smoke, and that'll fix everything. And it's not always the most responsible thing. So very sad, but I don't know if I was like mind-blowingly shocked that it happened. And in fact, when every Thursday he would text me a link to where we're going to podcast at about 1:50 my, or I guess 3:50 Central, and he didn't send it yesterday, and I texted him. I said, "Hey, you got a link?" And then about 1:58 I called him, and no answer. And then about 2:05 I called him, no answer. 2:10 I sent a text and said, "You okay, buddy?" And then I texted my wife and I said, "Man, I don't know what's going on with Fred, but like I'm worried. I had a weird feeling that like something's wrong with him, because it was very unlike him to not be ready to go for a show." And I got the text maybe 30 minutes later that he was gone. So it was, in a way it was surprising, but in a way it just wasn't. It's one of those things that's like you can almost feel it coming. And he'd been, like, if you listen to his podcast, which I listened back to a lot of it last night, like he started off one of our last episodes where he said it's one of the fastest growing podcasts in the known universe, unless one of the hosts dies. It's like, man, like he was laying stuff out for us. It was really weird, but yeah, man, the shock is like how it feels to know that he's gone. That's probably the shocking part.
I wanted to make sure that people realize Fred got me into writing on I really don't think I'd be doing draft stuff if it wasn't for Fred, because I was doing draft stuff. I have my own newsletter. Fred put me on the Houston Chronicle. It was a really big deal in the early 2000s. Fred was at the forefront of fighting his Chronicle people. He was a Houston. My first time I met Fred, I went in, he's wearing a suit at the Houston Chronicle. I go into his office, completely different looking Fred. And his whole thing was he said, fantasy football is a really big deal. We got to start covering it. And he hired me to write a column. He got, I think it was Jeremy Botter, to do MMA.
MMA.
And he was the first, like, this is early in 2000, and I recognized that I was big into MMA. Fred knew it. Fred said, we got to be on MMA. We got to be on fantasy football. He was fighting that fight early on. So he had and then he started really cranking up a lot of different blogs on the Chronicle digital side. Like, Fred had vision at the Houston Chronicle. He just happened to be there at a time when newspapers were all of a sudden having to deal with the internet, which we know what has happened since then.
Yeah, Fred. I mean, when you talk about Fred, it's like you think of the guy on the radio, and it's kind of like this, big lovable oaf. But he's a really, really smart guy, and I think sometimes like he was smarter than he wanted people to know. But yeah, he was like a very visionary dude with that business. And, I got a call from John McClain yesterday, and like, he's so widely respected within that business, which is, it just goes to show, man. Like, there's a dude who had lived like 3 different lives, like over the course of his career. And like you said, if you met Fred when he worked for the Chronicle, and I didn't, but by all accounts, like, you wouldn't even recognize that was the person doing
totally
shots at happy hour. So it is wild, but yeah, Fred was a gifted guy, man. He was really good at a lot of things.
AJ Hoffman with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You did mention in one of your tweets, well, a couple of things. First, how generous he was. We had a call from a guy who said he was getting a divorce, and Fred put a couple $100 in his pocket. He didn't even know he did it. And you put, your son was playing guitar, and Fred sent you a really neat guitar for your son to keep on playing. Yeah,
so my son's 11 and taught himself how to play guitar, and he FaceTimed with Fred, and he loves Eddie Van Halen, and he was playing some little Van Halen riffs, and Fred was so excited to see Holden playing that he said, "I'm going to send him something. I got a gift for him," and he sent him like a classic Charvel guitar that in the Eddie Van Halen. I forget what they even call that design, but like the leopard sunburst kind of design. And said he just wants him to keep playing. Like, Fred had a collection of classic guitars that he cherished, and then he was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with these at this point. But he's like, at least here I know it's with someone who will take care of it and someone who will use it. And said, I just hope he keeps playing. And really meant a lot to me, means a lot to him. He when I told him about Fred last night, he sat up in his room all night, spring break here, but he sat up in his room all night playing on that guitar. So, that was a very generous, very heartwarming moment from old Freddie.
And then one of the other things that you wrote about was how Fred at first really didn't take you were giving him the business, and he didn't take it all that well. But then it became a part of the show because you a lot of times gave Fred, some real shots. You took some shots at him. Yeah.
That was kind of, it was the show, and it was the show that I pictured doing when I came to Houston was just us being able to bust on each other, and it just so happened that I was a lot better at busting on Fred, that Fred wasn't busting on me, so it ended up just sounding like it was always me busting on Fred. But it was a thing that he wasn't super comfortable with at first, but once he and Dave Tepper and I talked, and like he saw the idea that I had for the show, and he understood that it was going to be funny, and he went from being like this kind of a serious newspaper guy to like understanding that we're here to entertain every day and that it would be funny, and he like grasped onto it and really played the role, man. So. And he didn't have to do that. He could have said, "No, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to be the a-hole on this show every morning or every afternoon." And sure enough, yeah, he played the role to a T. And we always checked it at the door. Like, he always knew I was just, I didn't mean anything terrible by it, but it was just if I saw something, I was going to pick at it. And made for some funny moments when Fred showed up at our studio with his hair dyed like pitch black, like Gomez Adams, and then he was just trying to pretend like no one would notice. I didn't say a single word about it until we got on air, and then I just lambasted it for the next 3 hours.
You're the worst. You are the worst. I will say this, man. Fred absolutely loved being part of that show and having the listenership. Like, he told me more than once that he would listen to me and John, and he loved the fact that we were irreverent at 6'10", and we had a whole separate subculture of listeners, and that was something he always wanted, and that's what he got when he joined you and became the Blitz. You guys had a whole separate subculture. A lot of people who don't follow us on social media don't listen to me and John anymore. They were specifically listeners that were yours and Fred's, and I know that meant a lot to Fred to have, to be liked and loved by so many listeners. He really didn't take that for granted at all.
No, and Fred, this is the thing that Fred was best at as a radio guy is one of the things that I was the worst at, and that's like really connecting on a personal level with the audience. Like for me, radio was like a job, and don't get me wrong, I loved our listeners, but Fred wanted to like bask in it. He wanted to he wanted to hang out with listeners constantly. Like that was. I mean, he's had more drinks with listeners than I could even imagine. And when work ended for him, it was like he loved doing shows out. Like I hated doing shows on remote because in my mind I was like, oh, something's going to mess up on the tech side, and we're not going to sound as good as we normally do, and the stupid radio things that bothered me. But for Fred, it was like, man, the people get to see me doing radio.
He got to see them.
He got to see them.
Yeah.
He got to have a drink with them after the show, sometimes during the show. And he really cherished our audience, man. And you're right. He loved that spotlight. Like Fred was a guy. I talked to his brother yesterday, who he's like, yeah, Fred didn't always open up, when he was a kid, and he's like, radio really brought something out of Fred, brought a lot of personality out of Fred that even his brother was saying he didn't know before the Blitz. And so he was very kind to me and saying, thank you for bringing that out of him. But I don't know that I did. I think just that the audience probably did it a lot more than I did. He had this great connection with them, and yeah, that was one thing I always respected a lot about him. Is, man, that guy really grasped onto our audience and became he was a man of the people. I'll say that. Like Renato.
I am the man of the people in this show. Oh, Lance sits in his little cubby hole watching left tackle's hips all day, and I'm out there with the people playing golf, drinking, playing poker. Man of the people, right?
Wait a minute. What does you golfing
day.
have to do with man of the people?
Weren't you at Carlton Woods yesterday?
Yeah.
It's Carlton Woods. That's with people.
Not
you
people,
didn't see anybody.
Which people?
You only are with your friends.
You're the worst.
Which people were you
so
with?
I saw, as a matter of fact, I'm a man of the people. I was at the Maris Barbecue. I mentioned this earlier with Dana Holgerson, and Fred was there, AJ, and he was working for Mac at the time. And he seemed okay then. He seemed like he was still good. I know the radio thing probably hit him pretty hard, but I feel like he was okay then, as opposed to maybe of late.
Yeah, and I really think this podcast thing that he was doing, I think he was starting to really get excited about it. He'd reconnected with Jerry Bow recently. And Jerry was giving him like some ideas, and they were banging around some thoughts about doing some poker stuff, and he was starting to get excited about that. The last couple of times I talked to him, he seemed like in a better place than he had been. Like he'd been in some low spots. I'd called Fred a couple times after we got off the podcast when I could tell he had a couple too many pops during the show, or he was getting a little overly emotional during the show, and then. I'd call and check in on him, and like you could tell things were rough, man. He lost his career, then lost his wife for like the fourth or fifth time. Like the dude was going through some hard times.
Yeah.
And but yeah, it seemed like recently he was starting to pick things back up, and had a dog that he loved. And I'll say this about Fred, man. He was friends with everybody. So I can't say he was lonely because he was able to go out every day with a different friend if he wanted to. But the biggest problem for Fred was, like, it's hard for Fred to separate socializing and alcohol. And then Fred's not great with limits. So sometimes that would get a little out of control, but Fred always had people to talk to because Fred had so many friends. Fred had countless friends in that town, and he's been there forever. He knows everybody. It's really wild, like the people, the web that he's created over all these years. And like I said, he's one of those guys who. You guys know our business. Basically, everybody there's a couple people in the business who there's just no one you can find to say bad things about them. And I'm sure there's plenty of people in that business who have bad things to say about me.
Yeah, that's true.
But I don't know anybody who badmouthed or bleep talked Fred, because he, like I said, he was just a really well received guy, a likable guy. So I did think he was getting better, but life comes at you fast, man. You can't always control your health, and sometimes you can and you don't. It's just it's one of those things, man. Like, even if your mind says, "Hey, I'm happy, I'm excited to do this," your body sometimes doesn't agree.
That's A.J. Hoffman of the Blitz, and talking about his good friend and partner for years, Fred Fowler, who passed yesterday. A.J., man, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with us, and we'll hope to see you back. Are you any plans of coming back to Houston anytime soon?
I'm not sure. I got to see what the deal is for Fred's service. It's a wild time for me with March Madness. I was just down in Texas a couple weeks ago. If I can, I'm going to try and get down there for some services.
Yeah, this is a really busy time for you, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but man, it's I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys honoring Fred. Man, he'd honestly love to hear you guys talking about it. So because they're saying his name on the radio, which always brought Fred joy.
Yep, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging with us.
All right, take care, guys.
A.J. Hoffman right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, 713-780-3776. You guys got any thoughts on anything? You're more than welcome to get in here with us. Right now, I'm talking about GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf says, whatever with the pictures. You don't even have to send me a picture. I don't need a, you know what? Just go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put in your license plate or your VIN number, and we'll start there. And I'll get you a quote on what your car is worth or your truck is worth. I mean, if it's, and especially if you've got a more expensive vehicle, I think he pays more. The better it is, the more you're going to get back. So if you feel like you might be upside down on an expensive vehicle, maybe you're not. You just never know with John Clay Wolf. He gave me way more for the vehicle that Frankie was driving than I ever thought I would get. And here's the deal is John Clay Wolf is doing that all the time. He is awesome at this. What he does every single day is he pays more for vehicles, and then, he tries to sell them for more at auction. Sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses, and that happens all the time. But the volume that he does is great because he's paying more all the time. So one thing that you have to do if you're selling your vehicle, you have to go to GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you. I was just looking at, I'm sorry. What? The music was playing. I wanted to hear the song.
No, you didn't have your earbuds in. Just be honest with people.
I was actually looking at, the question was 150 yards out on number 17 at.
Okay, go back to being silent. Never mind. Let's do something else.
The Island Green. Okay, at Sawgrass, you get 10 shots, 150 yards, no wind. If you hit the green 5 times or more, you win $1 million. If you fail, you go to jail for a month.
Is that Golf Reddit? Who's drawing up this game?
It's just a game. Would you do it?
Go to jail for a month.
You wouldn't do it.
No, I'd go to jail.
Yeah, you go to jail. I would do it. 150 yards. It's got to hold the green. No wind, though. See, that's the toughest part about Sawgrass is that 17th green is tough, but the wind just messes with you.
True man of the people.
Messes with you. I haven't played there,
True man,
but I would.
True man of the people.
I can't be more of a man of the people. I'm going to Wildcat today with the people.
Where were you yesterday?
I was at Carlton Woods. Yeah. At Highland Pines the day before that.
The man of the people.
I'm with the people all the time.
You're not playing with anybody but your own friends.
No. I'm playing with a different group. My buddy Craig from Knox
buddies.
College.
That's your
What does that have to do with the people?
It's his birthday. And, a bunch of other people. They got like 5 different foursomes.
Do you think the regular people can spend 3 work days in a row playing golf?
No.
Do they work as hard as I do in the morning? I work my ass
harder.
off. They get done.
Yeah, exactly.
They work harder.
They work harder than you.
No, nobody works harder.
You just
I'm the hardest. I don't know if you guys heard. Hardest working man in show business.
Who voted that? Who declared that? You?
The people.
No.
Yeah. The people say that about me all the time.
They do not.
Yeah.
So just be aware, all you people who believe John's nonsense, he just laid out 3 straight days of golf during a work week.
Yeah.
He's not one of you.
Oh, as opposed to naps.
He's not one
during
of you.
the work week.
I don't know if you've heard, but I work longer than you.
I don't know if you. Oh my gosh.
He can't fight me on this one. I got him.
No.
We got him.
I'm always grinding on the interwebs.
No, I do that too. What's the difference?
Yeah.
You can't win this one, John. It's there. I work more hours than you.
No. That is not true.
He does.
I do.
I'm always here before you.
And I leave
He's here.
hours
He's got
after
2 hours
you.
after this, and then he stays.
You don't know what time I get here?
Yes, I do. Because
before.
You know how I know. You know how I know? Because
before.
Because I saw you nearly jump a light again today.
Did you do that again?
Yes. I know when you get
Why
here.
do you
I
not?
thought that was you because you turned right behind me.
Why do you not follow the law?
I didn't jump the light. Did I?
I
Jump the
said
light?
nearly. He was halfway in the intersection, and then the light turned green, and he drove away. So I do know when you get here.
Listen, there's nobody on the street.
Yeah,
it's stupid to
we've
stop
heard
for
your
stoplights
excuse.
when there's nobody.
We've heard your excuse, but don't tell anyone you get here like 4:30.
Yeah.
I saw you today.
Hey, did you see the Athletic? Chandler Rome reported that he thinks it might be interesting to see if the Houston Astros circle back to Blake Snell.
That's like pulling yelling fire in a theater.
Why?
Because it's going to be $30 million a year.
Honestly,
I don't think.
No, not for 1 year. Well, it'll be high. Yeah,
It'll be high.
Even for 1 year, it'll be high. Honestly, I don't think they need it. You just think about what do they? You've got so
Plus,
many.
You're getting
pitchers.
everybody worked up, and I don't know. Unless you have real plausible, there's something that there's conversations
but
going on.
what if he gave Blake Snell a 3-year? Wait, what if he gave Blake Snell a 3-year deal and then traded Hunter Brown?
Michael Schwab even put, well, if you know what, since the rumors are out there, here's what it would.
Wait. Hold on. Think about this for a second. What if you gave Blake Snell a 3-year deal? You know, JV is going to be off your books, right? Well, how long does JV have?
If he pitches 140 innings, he's got another year.
Well, Vess. So, okay, but he's not going to be there forever.
2 years.
Although 2 years, okay. But what if you think of this? What if they were to do Blake Snell? I'm just going to throw this out there. They did Blake Snell a 2-year deal at $30 million per. You got Javier. Now you're getting an expensive pitch because Javier's already, was he 18, right? Is that in that neighborhood?
Going into the
you got
second
Lance
level
McCullers money.
of tax. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see
now
them doing that.
Everything is double.
Like you could trade Hunter Brown and get something in return for him. You could trade Fromber.
He's
there
free
has
agent.
been rumors.
He's a free agent.
That's why there's been rumors that the Astros are listening to issues with Fromber. What if you got another left-hander? You said we'll just go Blake Snell. We'll lock him in for 3 years, and you moved Fromber because Fromber would bring you back something too. It'd have to be to a team that plans on paying Fromber.
Well,
obviously.
yeah, he's only got 2 years left, and he's going to be 32.
But I mean, you could potentially do that if you value Blake Snell over Fromber.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a huge upgrade to me. Fromber's pretty damn sporty.
Yeah.
So is Blake Snell. They're both left-handers. They're both, I think Blake Snell, I think they're about the same age too.
Yeah, you can't trade Javier's money. You just gave him 64 last
Blake
year.
Snell's 31. And what is Fromber? Is he 30?
He's going to be 32 at the end of this deal. He's 30
He's
now.
30 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're about the same age. They're both left-handers. They both, the results have been fairly similar for the most part. I mean, if you don't want to pay
a couple
Fromber.
of Cy Young, so that's different.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Fromber's been really good.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to pay Fromber, you could pay
Well,
Blake
you got
Snell.
Fromber much cheaper these next 2 years than you would have Blake Snell. I don't see.
No, you could have both, though, also for this year.
Not if you have to trade Fromber.
Well, that's true. But Fromber could help replenish your minor league system. You can get prospects for Fromber. He's a big-time.
Yeah.
That's a big-time left-handed
No,
arm.
it is. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a long shot.
It puts you in another tax bracket.
Yeah.
Which now the $30 million it's close to $60 million now.
Yeah, and that's not really a Jim Crane move.
No, I don't see it. I don't know.
Now adding a guy like Blake Snell on a 2 or 3 year deal, that is a Jim Crane move. That's Garrett Cole. That's Justin Verlander. That's Zach Greinke.
Garrett Cole wasn't Garrett Cole when the Astros got him. Garrett Cole was a $5 million guy with the Pirates. He wasn't this. He wasn't a two-time Cy Young Award winner.
No, we were all excited.
He wasn't a $30 million pitcher.
No, but he was also he was a good pitcher.
They turned him into a really good pitcher.
He was a good pitcher before that.
He was good. He wasn't.
I mean, he wasn't
Blake
what he is
Snell.
now. Who, by the way, it doesn't look like he's going to have. Did you see that? It doesn't look like he's going to have. No Tommy John surgery is coming.
Yeah, but it's going to take a while though. He's going to be on the blocks for a couple months. So, oh well, I feel bad for him. No, I don't. Time for you. If people feel bad for you, or if they feel bad, period, tequila.
Yeah, that's something that it can liven up your weekend. Certainly, Maestro Dobel is it's a little classy. If you fancy yourself as being classy, or maybe you just want classy in a glass, that would be Maestro Dobel. It is a well distilled tequila. They've been doing this for 11 generations, and I think that what you have to understand is that Maestro Dobel is here to make sure that you are happy with your product, that you will gladly not only put it on your shelf, but go buy another one after that one's empty, because the flavor is unbelievable. I mean, just unbelievable. It's a great sipping tequila. It is a high-quality tequila at a very reasonable price. And there's a variety of tequilas. It's not just one. You may just think there's just one, but there's not. There's Reposado, there's Añejo, there's different flavor components and flavor profiles that is different with each one of them. So find the one that you really love. And that's the difference with Maestro Dobel. They have a wide variety to choose from. Wherever fine liquors are sold, it's Maestro Dobel.
Chastang Ford. It's where you get your truck on. It's where you find your Bronco Sport for 0% financing. Okay, 0% on your Bronco Sport. They got to get these two, and these are the 2023s, by the way. And it's the same. Well, it's not the same. 2023, all 2023 trucks, 1.9% financing. These are incredible deals. How about up to $12,000 off as well on the 2023s? They got to get them off the lot. They don't want 2023s on the lot anymore. This happens every year. So if you're a business and you need a fleet, you need pickup trucks, or you need any kind of a truck, whatever truck it is that you're looking for, be it the Lariat or the King Ranch or whatever truck that you need, the F-150, F-250, F-350, how about getting these deals now? Getting the 2023s, they're still brand new trucks. You're getting 0 miles on them, and you're getting 1.9% financing, and you're getting up to $12,000 off. This is ridiculous. This is the only time to buy. This is when you make good business decisions, be it your personal or business. These are the best decisions to make. This is the best time to buy that 2023 at Chastang Ford. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, or you can do it all online at chastangford.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Here's how the Astros can get Mike Trout now. Pay me $10 to see how in The Athletic.
Oh,
no.
Man.
I mean, that's ugly, Art.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
If they do get, you're going to regret it, and I want to hear your apology, Art. If, in fact, they do get Blake Snell.
Is he just accusing Chandler Rome of clickbait?
Yep. It is, to me, it's like, it really is stirring up a fan base, though.
Does he have, did you read it? Do we have a basis for it? Or just, hey, you know what? They could always
there's
back.
a lot of rumors flying.
Okay.
I don't know.
And innuendo.
I would love to see it, but I don't see it.
A lot of rumors, a lot of innuendo. I'm going to tell you something right now, John, and I want to see, if I ask you, can you be an adult and be professional? Do you think the answer is yes? Can you be mature?
Yes.
You can be mature, you can be adult, you can be professional.
Yes.
Okay. I had a great lunch yesterday. You like sushi, right?
I like sushi.
There's a hand roll place called Handy's, and one is in it's over there by Republic Boot Company, and one is off of
You already tried to soft launch this during the break with him.
No, but I want to make sure that I'm telling him, you need to go try Handy's. You need to go to Handy's.
Why would they name a place that?
Because of hand rolls.
Call it something else.
They're hand rolls. You call it Handy's.
No.
And Chris Sola said, you haven't brought this. John's never been here. I can already tell.
Better to call them rollies.
Yeah, who calls it
Rollies?
Handy's?
Rollies. Yeah.
It's called Handies, Handy's, because you get hand rolls there. So I just want to make sure.
I want to go there.
Okay.
It's for food, though.
See, he's being Dell. He's being a pro right now.
He backed away from the mic.
Did he
to
say
compose
anything?
himself.
Radio's an auditory.
We have a YouTube channel too, by the way. ESPN Houston. You can find us on YouTube. He backed away from the mic to compose himself because he knew better.
It's really good. You can get Handy's in the.
Stop it! Stop it!
And the Heights are also. It's all in Montrose. They're good. They're really good.
Do you have a specific place I can get? I can get one.
The place called Handy's.
I'm going to go to the Heights, not Montrose.
Why'd you throw your mic away, Dell? Why did you just talk?
Because I didn't just want to laugh into the microphone.
I knew. See, this is why. And you actually, Dell, you were worse than John.
So which are the locations?
John tried.
No, he didn't. So what are the locations again?
Heights and Montrose area.
So, John, you prefer the Heights location.
I'm going to go to the Heights.
Why?
It's good. Both of them are good.
Because it's closer.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more to my liking.
How's it spelled?
Yeah, how's Handy's spelled?
Handies.
Okay.
Multiple hand rolls. Really good. You get a 3 hand roll set, 4, 5. You got crudos. You got all kinds of stuff.
But they named it that on purpose.
I don't know. Well, I will say sometimes they lean into it on their.
Of course they do.
They lean into it on their little. What is it called? The
How so?
Well, they just play into the handies.
Well,
name.
yeah. So they can't. Why do we have to be mature about it if they're not going to be?
It's actually a pretty good name. It's catchy.
Do they plan on expanding?
I'm sure a lot of guys are going in there and going, what?
They already want. Are they going to expand?
Wait a minute.
On the west side.
This is clickbait.
Hey. Oh, that was his secret.
That was. He did that.
Dell likes to say things in secret, so we
in our ears.
Well,
thinking
only
highly
we can
of him.
hear him.
Well, sometimes you have to check yourself, and I did that there.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. You were such up in arms about my hand motions yesterday, and you go to a restaurant like that?
It's good. I like the hand rolls. It's good, and it's called Handies, and I wanted to make sure. I'm not going to look over there.
What do you?
Sometimes you have plays on words,
he's
right? They have rolling. They have rolling
hand thing with the microphone.
So downstairs in the conservatory, there's a rolling.
Do they make hand motions in the restaurant?
No, they're good people who make good food.
Okay.
I just wondered if you guys could have an honest discussion, a serious discussion about a lunch spot that I think John would like it. I'll bet you don't even like.
I like sushi.
You don't even like handies.
So is it an Asian place? So you're getting handies? Is it an Asian place?
It is sushi.
You're getting hand rolls at a place called Handies? Yes. It is. Yes, it is.
That's new. That's new.
See, I knew you could.
If you're there for
if
you spend a lot of time there, does someone yell at you? You take too long?
Okay.
Like do they want
hey, let's move these
do they want
tables.
high turnover? Hey, pick it up. We don't want you staying here too long.
You take too long.
He knew what he was doing. Hey, let's handle this immaturely.
Okay. Yeah. So I knew what I was doing, that you two would fall just completely into a river of crassness.
You set it
up. No, they don't have a table. You sit at this sushi bar. It's like you sit around it. It's great. It's where mature people go to have good hand rolls and sushi and crudo and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And you guys turn it into something that is not.
Something crude.
Oh, did they say you take too long? Are you serious, Del?
He's not a serious person.
No, but I imagine that place has high turnover. They don't want just people sitting at the table.
They don't want you there forever.
Yeah,
you're right. That's why they get your food out to you quickly.
Yeah, and so they would yell at you. Hey, you take too long. Move it along.
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, John
Not you.
John asked if it's an Asian place. Oh.
Well, it is sushi.
It is sushi.
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you? See, I just can't say. I can't have a legitimate discussion here. I knew it. I just want to throw the bait into the line just to see what would happen. And I was checking, and yep, it's exactly what I thought.
Once you're done with your meal, what?
What?
Do most people find the ending happy?
I mean, you know what? He's become
the
melon.
He's
the melon squisher.
Did I say any of these things?
He is the Gallagher now.
I want to go to.
He is the Gallagher now. That is your squishing melons.
You are. That's the second one today. It's like went Gallagher on.
No, I imagine once again the Gallagher thing is you do the same joke over and over again, not the obvious joke. You guys don't even get the Gallagher reference. Stop it.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
Stop it. John is Gallagher because he makes the same jokes over and over again.
What's the same joke?
Yes.
No, you can't even name it.
Okay.
This is a terrible segment.
I mean, yesterday John was slinging D, the dip, and then today we take a. What?
This is a good question. Is this Deshaun's restaurant after that cheesesteak place failed?
God, no. This actually is extremely.
You don't
the guys
think
that started
Deshaun,
this. I don't think he likes sushi.
You don't.
He's a cheesesteak guy. Nothing quite like opening a restaurant and then telling your entire community you don't want to play for the football team anymore. Or when James Harden opened up his restaurant and immediately started. Well, I don't know that he actually did. Yeah, he left Houston shortly thereafter too. James opened up 13 or whatever downtown. I actually hear they're still open.
They're still open?
I don't know anyone who's gone there personally.
No. Is Curry's wife's place?
No. International Smoke?
No. Done?
No.
Do you pay per meal or by the hour there?
Where's that, Del?
At your sushi place. Do they charge you by the hour or
at
per meal?
Sushi?
No,
which sushi place?
The place you just mentioned.
The hand roll place?
Yeah, the hand roll place.
You buy sets. You buy 3, 4, 5 sets of different hand rolls. You've got individual wraps. You've got the crudo. You've got sashimi.
So
Shutoro, otoro.
So it's per entree. They don't just charge you for
as with
time.
most restaurants, you pay by the item that you purchase, Del. Yes.
Okay.
No, there's not by the hour, Del.
Well, you
Is
said
that what you're asking?
Well, you said yes.
Is that what you're asking?
I did ask that because
it's not a buffet.
Well, you say they lean into their name, so I'm just trying to see how far in do they lean.
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guys who are there working, they're like in their 30s, I think, so they know.
Yeah, of course they do.
They don't not know that they can make jokes. And I just sat here talking about them a lot. Well, I just like their food a lot. You guys just thought you were going to get your...
There were guys servicing you at Handy's?
Yeah, they roll the rolls.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not.
Well, not yesterday. We had a waitress.
I'm not going.
We did have... Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you off the air.
But normally...
Because I know what you want to ask, and I'm not going to... Just don't ask it.
All right.
No, normally they roll their hand rolls, and they put it on... And they tell you what it is, and they put it on your plate, and you eat it.
It's generally guys doing that work.
Yeah. It's the sushi chefs or whatever they are behind the scenes. Yes, they're the ones who roll your hand rolls.
Okay.
Yes, that's the work that they do.
How long did you spend there?
Me, Frank, and Chris solo swim.
So it was 3 guys.
Oh, Barry Frank.
Three
Yeah.
of your boys? It's you and 2 of your boys?
Yeah. What?
I'm just trying to figure out the.
We hung out there for a while and had lots of.
Did you get
hand
your
rolls.
own rooms, or were you at this?
If a hand roll is called a handy by nickname, then we had lots of handies.
See.
All right.
Oh, now we're the problem.
Yeah, we're the bad ones.
No,
you're
if that's
the
what
one
you
that
wanna
brought
call,
this whole thing.
If
to
you
want
to call a hand roll a handy, they're a hand roll.
So,
I had hand roll. I'm talking about good food, and you guys are trying to make it something that's not.
So you had group hand rolls.
There's one called Handos. Okay, there's a hand roll place called Handos.
What about Handies?
But this one is like, we know what's better than Hando.
They cost $100.
Handy.
They cost $100. Because that's the going price usually, isn't it?
I would hope not. That feels like inflation.
Seems like an expensive hand roll. I don't know.
But you had a good time. You, Chris, and Frank had a good time?
Yeah, we had a great time.
Yeah.
And you recommend?
Yeah, I recommend.
You all left happy?
Yes.
At the end of your meal, you left happy?
Yeah, we left satisfied, yeah. Well, I was still a little hungry, but...
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's...
So did you go back?
Hand rolls.
Yeah.
You got a little, like, hey, I could take a little more of this. Still a little hungry.
I mean, to be fair, it is just a hand roll.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
how
it's multiple,
satisfying?
but they're small.
How satisfying can it be? It's just a hand roll.
Yeah, that's all. Be serviced by a guy.
Handy's dues. Huh? What'd you say?
Didn't you have a male waiter or whatever?
See, here it is. Handy's Duzo is located in the Houston Heights neighborhood and is dedicated to nori wrapped hand rolls, which I don't know what other kind you would have than nori wrapped. You can have, and you like. I decided to tell you
Nori
because
aoki.
you like sushi.
I like sushi too.
I like sushi.
You do like sushi?
Yes.
I'm okay.
It's a little.
I'm not
now,
a big fan. Not a big fan.
You're not a big fan of sushi anymore?
I never. No.
I thought you
never
and
go out
Wendy
for
went to
sushi.
that place
Wendy,
over there?
Yeah, well, Wendy loves it.
But she
I'm not
bosses
a fan.
you around.
I'm not a fan.
It makes you go.
She wants to go, I'll go.
She goes, and then you have
what
chicken.
She says I go. I do.
You have
That's
chicken
all.
teriyaki, and Wendy has it eats like an adult.
I'll eat kung pao
strips?
chicken or
chicken strips.
No,
What is
not
he-
chicken
what is he,
strips.
12?
I don't eat chicken strips.
Chicken
I do
fingers.
this. No, I'm not 12. I actually am older, and I needed hair. And you know what? Doc Linville provided it. Played golf with Doc this week, as a matter of fact, and he is awesome. And he was checking it out, top of the head, and it's okay for a man to check out the top of your head, especially if that's his business. His business is checking out the top of your head and seeing what he needs to do. Does he need to get you the neograft, which is a procedure that is more extensive, and obviously it's a lot more involved, so it's going to be more expensive. But you can go with the less expensive route and get the PRP. Now, he will decide this. If you've got a giant bald spot, it's neografting time. If you're just thinning and you need to stimulate the growth of your hair, it's PRP time. Okay, so he'll decide that for you, and he's going to do it. He says, I don't care. I'm not going to, give them neografting when they just need the PRP. I don't need the money. This is actually just a side thing for me to help guys out, because the neografting came along and he was like, wow, what a great procedure. And he's built himself probably the second biggest hair replacement in Houston. So he's huge and he's doing great. And he doesn't need what he wants to do is make sure that you have hair. That's what he does every single day. So if you want hair, you need hair. 975hair.com. All right, some government stuff. Every day we're getting new. But Utah today. Utah governor signs bill encouraging teachers to carry guns in classrooms. This is not going to end well.
No.
This is not going to end well. Are you kidding me? Oh, bad news for Dell. How about this, Dell? Pornhub has disabled website. The website in Texas after the attorney general sues for not verifying users' ages.
Not bad news for me. I don't go on Pornhub.
You can get it elsewhere, right?
I mean, Pornhub is the neophyte's way of getting porn. If you're naive to the game, you go to Pornhub.
Okay. All right. Okay. You just don't know. Here's another one. I just don't get it. What do thieves steal? An entire shipment of Pittsburgh Penguins bobbleheads were stolen.
Wow.
Why? What are you going to do with them? Who's going to buy them? You're supposed to get them for free at the game. Who's going to buy these things?
I know.
Why are we stealing stupid stuff like magic markers it's just ridiculous. Ice. There was a whole shipment of ice stolen. Why are you stealing ice? You got to refrigerate it. It's going to cost you more.
Bobbleheads, maybe they sell them now. It feels like if you sell them online, you're going to be easy for the police to locate, doesn't it?
It does. It just doesn't feel like what? Toronto police have to backtrack on advice they left. They're giving people. Their advice was to leave your car keys at your front door to prevent being attacked at home. So they thought if you leave your car keys, they'll just go and steal your car and they won't hurt you in your house.
That doesn't make any sense. Who did this? Toronto?
Okay, so to prevent the possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your fobs at your front door because they're breaking into your home to steal your car. They don't want anything else. A lot of them that we're arresting have guns on them, and they're not toy guns. They're real guns. They're loaded. So leave your keys at the front door for the criminals so that they can just go in and easily take your car and not hurt you. Do you feel like that's good advice?
No.
Not if you want to keep your car.
I just don't. How about if you stop them from stealing stuff?
Nah, it's your job to prevent crime, not the guys whose job it is to actually prevent crime.
Oklahoma's got a big push to weaken penalties for cockfighting. Okay.
Well, maybe that's part of the justice reform movement. Is like we're too hard on cockfighting.
Listen,
does Oklahoma want Texas to make fun of them? Is that the goal for them? Because we already make fun of them for stuff and lessening things for cockfighting.
I feel like that's a pretty good idea, though. I mean, is anybody really getting hurt other than the
animals?
Yeah, I mean, it's something good to bet on. It's a good way to pass the time.
Should that be on my book?
It's a good way to pass the time. Cockfighting.
Have you ever been to a cockfighting?
I've never been to one.
Don't you golf and play poker?
Yeah,
and drink. You want to throw cockfighting into that on a weekly basis?
I don't know that it would. It seems like it would be fun.
You want to watch?
A lot of people do it.
You want to watch giant roosters fight each other
with knives with blades on their?
Is that something you want?
Seems like it'd be fun.
I don't think this is the direction you want to go in today.
Interesting to see. I think it'd be interesting. Apparently,
yesterday I said some things that were meant as a joke. Some people didn't take them that way.
Take it out of context.
I'm not going to say that. You know what I never do?
Apologize.
That does not feel like something.
You know what I never do? That. Apparently, the wine and brownies are gone. 50 women are trapped on a ski bus for 23 hours and still going. The group is stuck on I-70. All of the brownies and wine are already gone.
I could
see that be the first to go.
Yes, that's the first to go.
That's the first to go, right?
Yes.
The brownies and the wine. If 50 women are trapped on the bus.
Yeah.
Would you want to be trapped on that bus, though?
Nah, it's overload. Too much.
Too many.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, how many? And they're all, all sauced and stuffed with brownies. Who wants that?
Yeah. Yeah, you'd rather be at Handy's, wouldn't you?
I'd rather have a hand roll, sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A great hand
Then
roll.
brownies?
Here's
That's what
Dell's
I'm saying.
trying to do some damage control. Well, I'd rather be having a hand roll, yes.
Yes, thanks for asking, John.
Thanks, John. I'd like a hand roll rather than brownies and wine.
Well, I don't drink, so that doesn't help.
We're done. The Black Dexter and Mopes. Mapes show.
Mapes is never the guy you make fun of. It's always me. I'm either Mopes or Black Dexter, and then Mapes. Remember
and
that.
That's what I'm saying. Black Dexter and Mapes.
You almost called him Mopes. I'm just letting you know.
I know it rhymes with it's almost like Mopes, like Mapes, whatever. That's next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How about your roof? Okay, do something. If you've owned your home for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, have you even looked at your roof? Have you even thought about your roof? Listen, you're going to have a if you haven't, you're going to have a really hard time with the insurance company when it comes time. This is preventative stuff. Don't wait until the shingles are, don't wait until your roof is shiny, because the roof is shiny is a sign that you're going to have a leak should you have a heavy rainstorm or hail, or you're going to have damage. You're going to have some damage, and if that rain comes through, guess what the insurance company ain't covering? You. Because you don't have any documentation that you have done maintenance on your roof. And they're just going to say, sorry, this was a pre-existing deal. Your roof was shoddy. That's on you. That ain't on us. So here's the deal. Go look at your roof when you get home, and if it is shiny, or your business too, by the way, your business, you could lose everything in your business if it floods and the roof was not maintained. Go right now and look. And if you want to have Brinkman come to your home or your business, and you want them to check it out, inspect it, and give you verification that you actually maintained your roof, 281-480-ROOF, 281-480-ROOF, or Brinkman Quality, 2 N's on Brinkman at the end, brinkmanquality.com.
Welcome into the show. It is a rather, I don't even know how to describe today. If you were listening from 7 to 10, you heard the news that Fred Fowler passed away yesterday. I don't have any information beyond that. So I've been asked by a couple people. I don't know. I just know that, unfortunately, Fred Fowler is no longer with us. I had a very, I guess you might call it surface level relationship with Fred when you compare it to other people. We had A.J. Hoffman on, obviously his longtime radio partner, on the John and Lance Show. He came on at 9. The podcast will be up shortly. If you missed that, you'll be able to hear the guy's straight stories about Fred. And so you'll get to experience that if you previously missed it. As I said, mostly because of scheduling, I rarely worked with Fred. I mean, I was a producer and still am the producer for a morning show. And at the latest, I was generally out of here by 11. And Fred, for people who don't know, he had an afternoon show here at 97.5. So we rarely coincided. Now he did extra stuff for Sports Map, so he got in earlier. But for the most part, I didn't ever see him. We did work together a little bit later on. But that was just for a short while. But even with the times when I filled in for a producer on occasion for Blitz, that might have happened once or twice. Fred was always very generous with me. And even when we had another venture on the national station here, connected with Gallant Media, he was a proponent of mine. So I have nothing but nice things to say about Fred. He was very nice to me in our short time working together. But yeah, Fred Fowler passes away yesterday. If you want to call in about Fred, certainly. I mean, maybe you didn't get in your thoughts with John and Lance. You want to do that, 713-780-3776. We welcome your calls. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. He worked with Fred quite a bit. He went on Twitter to talk about his relationship with Fred. He'll join us. Now, normally he joins us to talk movies and TV shows. We have a lot of fun. But certainly Michael Carroll has some things to say. He had a certainly a deeper relationship with Fred than I did, so we'll have him on to discuss that, and then clearly we'll get into some other stuff as well. But yeah, as most ways, this show is always open to any conversation. If you have some thoughts and you have a story about Fred, we welcome that as well. Sean, you got here in 2020. Was that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I was an intern in 19 to 20.
Okay,
and then got hired in 20. So yeah, I did intern on the bench or on the Blitz and on the bench, but on the Blitz, and had some run in with Fred. But like you, it wasn't as deep or as long as some of these, as someone like Michael and obviously AJ and other people at the station. But I can only second really what everyone has said about him, or the common thread among all these stories is that he was very generous with his time, and always looking to, I guess, lift people up.
Yeah.
In the industry.
Yeah, it's a very insular thing. I mean, there are like 3 stations dedicated to sports, but for the most part, it's a bit of a revolving door. So guys will work at multiple stations. I worked at 610 for a little bit beyond my time here when we were 15, 16, now 97.5. And sometimes you kind of forget that, sure, this building now houses 97.5, but at one point they were a separate entity from us. But the brand carried from them to this building, and Fred and AJ were the backbone of 97.5. And then because sometimes you're in a bubble, you think, well, we're 97.5. That morning block of John, Lance, and on occasion Raheel and myself. But 97.5 was, I would say, what I know of it, was a Fred and AJ joint, and then they came over here, and it became this all day sports talk for 97.5s, starting with John and Lance in the morning. So we honor Fred any way you want to do it. You can do that, and I'm sure if you follow the people who work here on Twitter, you've seen their tweets about Fred. So probably throughout the day, you're going to hear guys talk about what Fred meant to them, and it's always interesting after someone you care about passes, and even if it's on a very small level, to kind of remember
even small moments, and like Sean and I have said, ours are much less than others you'll hear from, but still, not a bad word to say about the man. He always spoke to me with a little lift in his voice. Like there's always like a bit of a joke always seemed like on the tip of his tongue. He just had that. That's just how we spoke with each other. We kind of, in some ways, spoke to each other that way all the time. So we honor Fred, and if, like as I mentioned, if you want to talk about Fred, you're more than welcome to. A couple things we will get to beyond honoring Fred Fowler today are the Texans, of course. Jalen Green had a big night last night, maybe the play of his career so far, particularly in a world where embarrassing a guy goes viral on the basketball court. So we'll talk about that. The Rockets had a relatively easy win over the Wizards. The defense kind of slacked off in the second half, but they ran away with it. We'll hear from Joe Espada and Chaz McCormick a little later too. Chaz has made some adjustments to how he approaches hitting, and it's yielded really good results in spring. And Espada talked about him and Tucker in their spring so far. So we'll get into plenty. But let's start with the Texans. Now, Sean, we left the show yesterday discussing whether they would make a move at defensive tackle, whether Eric Armstead was the next move. And it turns out Eric Armstead hit the market and got a bigger deal than the Texans were willing to match. And it's funny because we talked about how the expected signing was going to be Eric Armstead, because why would you trade Malik Collins? And they had a deal almost culminate. They almost had a deal with the 49ers for Eric Armstead. He's got to be coming here, right? And then people are like, no, Nick did the right thing. He did the right thing. The Jags are paying him too much. You can't pay Eric Armstead too much. He's too injured. He's too old. Nick did the right thing, although the assumption was Nick was going to do the right thing by signing him. And then we started getting to the reality of how much it was going to cost. And people were like, nah, we're good. And then we did have to settle with Tim Settle. And and certainly the money doesn't match. He's not he doesn't bring this type of excitement to the Texans. So all of a sudden we went from genius Nick Caserio to, are we good at defensive tackle? And that's not even counting giving money to an older running back. So Sean, after what is almost a full work week of free agency, are we still Caserio the genius, or are we more middling in our praise?
I think it's closer to Caserio the genius.
Okay.
Because of the Danielle Hunter deal, trading for basically nothing for Joe Mixon, and just the overall navigation. They did not sign a bad deal. That's what you can think. Like, there's no big mistake. Now, if you want to quibble with the Joe Mixon signing, okay, we'll see what the guarantees on that deal are. But even then, even just like the, sticker price number that you get tweeted out by Schefter and Rappaport, it's still a better deal than what, Tony Pollard signed for. So, and obviously Joe Mixon's better. So the Eric Armstead one is funny because, like you said, we talked about it almost as like, oh yeah, no, it'll be Eric Armstead after they traded Malik Collins, and then everyone's like, that'll be awesome. You bring him home. Can't let him leave the building. I don't know if he was ever in the building, but can't let him leave the building.
It doesn't seem like he was.
And then the second he gets signed, it's like, ooh, price a little too steep. Good job. Didn't sign him. So that is how it goes.
That immediate pivot from
we'll settle. We
got to have him to not at that price. Not at that price. Eric Armstead's not worth that.
Settle's looking really good right now.
Yeah. So now the question is Danico Autry a full-time defensive tackle? Is he a rotational end behind Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson? And the other news that we have to get to, and we'll talk about it more on the other side, a big trade. Apparently the Texans and the Vikings are going to be swapping players and draft picks for the foreseeable future. If you missed it, the Texans are now out of the first round. They traded their 23rd overall pick to the Vikings for a second rounder this year, a second rounder next year, and another pick, and the Texans are sending another pick the Vikings' way. I'll give you the complete details of that when we come back. So Nick Caserio not staying still after a big day yesterday with the extension and bringing in Mixon and Daniil Hunter for their press conferences. He's still at it, but the Texans are now out of the first round of the NFL draft. We'll see if another trade is coming. There was some discussion on the John Lance show about what the next move would be, and I can't see them trading back into the bottom of the first round if you just traded out completely of the first round in mid-March. Why? We feel like we know what the Vikings are doing. They're probably targeting a quarterback. What do the Texans think about this draft that they believe getting out of the first round and acquiring an extra second next year is the right way to go? Ryan, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side. You want to talk about Fred? Anyone else want to talk about Fred or anything else? The Texans making a trade, giving Joe Mixon an extension, whatever it might be. We're here to discuss it with you for the next couple of hours. First segment in the books. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. If you want to tweet at us, at DelV2, at Sean A. Mapes. If you want to watch the show, ESPN Houston on YouTube and the traditional ways you have listened for the last, I don't know how many years now. ESPN975.com is where you can find us. Listen live there. You can also download the app on your phone. And, of course, listen to us on the radio if you're out in your car. But first, Ryan called in last segment, and I said I would get to him. So before we get to anything else, let's get to Ryan. Ryan, what's up, man?
Hey, sports fellas.
On this day, I will allow it. Go ahead.
I figured you would. No, I started listening in 2019 when I was, during the World Series, and then stumbled upon all you guys the next day. And I was like, what is this? And so, I was instantly a fan of the bench, and then listened all day, and then I became an all-day listener since 2019. And so I really loved the Blitz. And, it's kind of crazy. It's like a show that I mourned because, I listened to them every day for 4 years until they got let go. And I was a big fan of Fred. I never met him at anything like that, but yeah. Sorry to hear the news, and R.I.P. Mr. Fowler, the Falcon. Y'all take it easy.
Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate it. Yeah, rest in peace, Fred Fowler. And Ryan gave you his nickname. If you aren't aware, maybe you're someone who joined the station after Fred's time here. His nickname was a Falcon. He was a big part of 97.5, and certainly people have said nothing but great things about him, and that can continue if you have a story to tell about Fred. I mentioned before we went to the break that I would give you the overall trade for the Texans. They have traded their first-round pick to the Minnesota Vikings. That's the number 23 overall. It didn't even belong to them. It belonged to the Browns. The Texans pick actually belongs to the Cardinals. So the Texans traded what was the Browns pick, number 23 overall, to the Vikings for a 42nd overall pick, the 42nd overall pick this year, which is a second-round pick, a sixth-round pick, and a 2025 second-round pick as well. The Texans are also sending a seventh-round pick to the Vikings. So these two teams have swapped players. Now they're swapping picks. And what does it mean for the Texans beyond being out of the first round? Maybe if they have sights on the defensive tackle, I know Lance talked about it, there may not be value for the defensive tackle position at number 23 overall, so they decided to make a move to get out of the first round. If you had hopes of drafting a big-time wide receiver there, the draft is deep with them. Could they be targeting a defensive lineman and a wide receiver in the second round, and they think they can get good value there? Corner still a thing they have to address, at least in my opinion. Lance in his mock had Quinyon Mitchell going to the Texans, and without signing Kendall Fuller, who's now off the board, and we don't see, at least we haven't heard about a visit for another big-time corner, at least a very good one. Maybe corner they think they can get in the second round as well. We got plenty of free agency to go, but the Texans are active, and they take a first-round pick off the board. And I'm not sure that's going to be met with great joy, mostly because everyone loves having a first-round pick. Now your draft begins on a Friday. You can laugh at people who take picks you don't like. You can get pissed that a guy you thought would have been on the board for the Texans at 23 goes at that spot or later, but you can't get him because you've made the trade. But it does take a little steam out of the process when you know you won't be picking to 49 overall. And but that matters less if you use the pick you acquired from it's really the second round pick next year that you've acquired. That's the extra pick that you've acquired along with the sixth round pick. So I don't imagine people are going to be thinking about 188 and going, you know what? I'm really excited about what they do at 188. But the second round pick next year is the one you'll look to, and then you'll start to look at all the players you could have grabbed this year that aren't available because you're not picking until pick 42. It's not 49. I said 49 before. It's pick 42.
Yeah, it's going to be – I don't know. I feel bad. I pour one out for all of the content creators, the Texans content creators, ourselves partially included, for, man, we're not going to be able to do the Texans, why the Texans need to draft blah, blah, blah at pick 23. Because the steam really does get taken out of it when it's like a second round pick.
Yeah, they're not even in the bottom of the first round.
Yeah, you can't even go look at this guy's going to be a problem with C.J. Stroud, one of the first round wide receivers. Now, the wide receiver draft is viewed as very deep. And so I saw that was some of the initial reaction was that, oh, maybe that means they think they can they picked up a little bit extra value to get a wide receiver in the second round as opposed to pick 23, just go trading back 20 picks. That seems like it's a little early to do that. Don't you want to see who is actually available at 23?
Yeah, can this trade have been made on draft night?
Yeah, but I'm not. That's not a shot at Nick Caserio. It's just I don't understand how you can look ahead that far and be like, you know what, the wide receiver we want is going to be available at 42 and not 23.
Yeah, and I made the joke about draft night. Maybe the Vikings had another deal in mind because they want to be in a position. That's the thought, that the Vikings are accruing picks because they want to draft and trade up to draft the quarterback, and maybe they are not willing to wait till draft night. They want to know where they stand, and getting a first round pick on March 15th helps the cause.
That could be true as they're trying to kind of, I don't know, tic-tac-toe their way up to the number 3 pick, number 4 pick.
Well, according to Dane Brugler, his safe guess is the Vikings are going to call the Patriots to get to 3, which would mean they're trading 11, 23, and some more to get to number 3 overall, and maybe they like a Drake May, which probably would be the guy at 3, or maybe the Commanders don't like Jaden Daniels and are actually going to take Drake May. Either way, it would be, the assumption is the Vikings are trying to get up to the top 3 to take one of the top 3 quarterbacks.
That's interesting. That's another one where it's like this far in advance. I guess they'll wait until draft night to actually pull the trigger on that one. But it is, I mean, these teams are making moves this far in advance, and pretty smart by the Vikings if they do the Dane Brugler approach to okay, we're looking to trade up. How about let's ask Nick Caserio, and then we'll ask the actual New England Patriots, 2 people that love trading back every year.
Yeah. That's true.
We want the Patriots to trade back with us. Okay. Well, how do we get there first? The guy who left the Patriots. He'll trade back.
He'll do it, and we'll just convince him that. And maybe Nick Caserio was always looking to trade, but I know Lance said he thinks the Vikings were calling around. That's possible. I don't know and maybe they overwhelmed Caserio with their offer, and they got the job done. Jeremy Branham, who you'll hear at 3 today. He's calling a Cougs game. Will he be available?
The Cougs play, I think, at 6.
So maybe he will be. I don't know.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. It's game day, so who knows? But he likes the trade for the Texans. He considers 23 and 42 a pick swap. I would disagree. That's over half a round. I'm not sure I'd consider that a pick swap. His thought is 23 and 42 is a pick swap. Basically the Texans are getting 180 and a future second for a 7th. I would say you're being gracious to the trade. It's over half a round of draft position, 23 and 42. Now, depending on what the Texans value, it may not matter because they may be targeting a player that they think can get to 42, or at least several players they think will get to 42. But I'm going to say you're being very kind if that's your reasoning.
20 picks is still a lot of picks.
That is, particularly when you're it's 10 in the first round almost, and then you're getting into the middle of the second.
Yeah.
Or the top 10 of the second.
Yeah, it's 20 picks.
It's 20. I mean, that's a lot.
It is at the point of the draft where normally the talent, it's not going from 1 to 20.
Sure.
You are going from 23 to 42. So it is a little bit smoother of a talent decrease. And I mean, from what we hear, especially this year with the wide receivers and some of the defensive players in that range. But yeah, I mean, it can still be a good trade, and that's also a very charitable way of saying it, because getting an extra second round pick next year, I think come next year we're gonna be looking at that we're gonna be like, thank God we have the Vikings second round pick.
If they're awful, they could be top.
They're gonna be starting a rookie quarterback.
Could basically be a first round pick if it's top of the round. We judge trades. We like to judge trades when they happen, but clearly the trade and its actual value will be determined by who gets picked, who the Texans quote unquote miss out on, and particularly if they draft a player at a position and a better player went at that same position in their pick or between the 23 and 42, and their pick isn't great. So that stuff will all be determined.
If the Patriots trade or draft a awesome wide receiver at 23, and then the Texans draft a terrible wide receiver at 42.
Yeah.
But it won't be as rose tinted glasses. But of course, that is like 3 years from now.
Yeah.
that we'll actually know that.
Yeah. If the run on wide receivers becomes a thing where all of a sudden there isn't second round value where you are, then people might get upset. But until that point, it's just valuing the draft chart and whether you think the Texans got enough. But what we do know is they're not going to be picking in the first round, and that might be bothersome to some. It'll be up to Nick Caserio to make sure whoever they draft is a hit, because it is the first pick. It'll be your first pick of the 2024 draft if another trade is not made. The first pick of a Rockets draft a couple years ago had a really great night last night. It continues a string of good nights in the month of March, which is in direct opposition of what he was in February. But Jalen Green's on a run. He had a great highlight last night as the Rockets beat the Wizards. We'll talk about what he did last night, what the Rockets are doing right now, and what does it mean as far as the rest of the season. You kind of write off the season because of the injuries and the positioning, but all of a sudden, I mean, it's going to be tough, but they're only 3.5 back of the final play-in spot. So, yes, they have to be great the rest of the way to make up that type of ground. But the reason the play-in exists is because 9 and 10 aren't very good themselves. So a remarkable Rockets run could get them back into real consideration. But we'll take it as it is. They're playing better, and one of their top picks is playing really, really well. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The Rockets played one of the worst teams in basketball last night, and they treated them as such. As I said, the defense for the Rockets wasn't great in the third quarter, but they had such a big lead it didn't matter. And the catalyst for that was Jalen Green. He had a great night, shot the ball well from distance, from inside the arc, 37 points. And he had I don't know if ESPN put him at the top of the list, but he certainly had the highlight of the Rockets season. He's had some spectacular dunks, but dropping a guy with the crossover, looking at him, shooting a three, and turning around before it goes in, as anyone who's watched Steph Curry would recognize, and it goes in. That's probably the Rockets' highlight of the season so far. The funny thing is, if he had missed it, he would have pulled a Nick Young. Nick Young, who had less than complimentary things to say about the mother of Jalen Green's child recently on the Gilbert Arenas podcast. So it would have been something coming full circle if he had turned around, put that shot up, and missed. But he made it, which is, if you're going to show that type of confidence, the shot has to go in, and he did that.
It really has to go.
It has to go in.
It's a type of confidence that I don't think I've ever had.
No.
Especially putting up a jump shot.
Now that
I don't think there's been a jump shot in my life I would have done that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Have I ever been that confident doing anything related to sports? I played soccer at the club level. I didn't have to take a penalty kick ever because I was a left back for the most part. No, not in maybe flag football when I was a kid. Like me and my cousins, we always played football. That's what we did growing up, and I was pretty good doing that. But that's not real. So I was pretty confident playing that. But in an actual endeavor, like certainly never played on the college or the pro level at any sport. But nah, having that level of confidence and it working out for you is great. Because if you miss it, sure, you dropped Butler of the Wizards, but who cares if you drop him and if you don't make the shot? But he did make the shot. And if you look at Jalen Green's numbers in the month of March, shooting nearly 50% from the floor. In fact, when we're rounding, it is 50% from the floor, and just over 36% from three, which are marked improvements from what he was in the month of February, where he was shooting under 37% from the floor and just over 26% from three. So Jalen Green has turned it up. This is kind of his way. Late in the year, he becomes a better basketball player, or he reaches the potential people think he has. It'll just be a question of, is it a flurry? Is it a Linsanity moment, as someone deemed it maybe a month or so ago, that I haven't forgotten about? Or is it a sign of things to come? Jalen Green was certainly going to be asked questions about his game last night, but his focus is on defense, not his offensive game.
My main focus is just defense, just really locking in on matchups and, the things we go over and shoot around. I'm going to be able to score the ball. I'm going to be able to have the opportunity. So it's just the little things that keep me involved when I'm not shooting the ball well, or when I got it going, I can do both.
That's the mindset you want to hear, particularly if you're his head coach. And Ime Udoka has praised Jalen Green quite a bit over the last 2 weeks or so for his play. And if he's noticing the things that don't show up in a box score, and that's been a consistent thing with the effort and trying. Look, Jalen Green's a young player. Not every young player is every young player is Herb Jones, where you come in and are great defensively from the start. And sometimes that could be about attention to detail, lack of effort. And in some cases, guys just aren't capable. You don't have the athletic ability. Jalen Green doesn't fit that third thing I mentioned. He's clearly athletic enough. The question will be the time and the effort and the attention that he needs to put into it to become a above average defender, even if he's never great. And if that's his mindset and his coach is acknowledging it, that's a positive going forward, as he is going to be the guy that Rockets lean on down the stretch. Without Şengün, he will be their primary scoring threat. And can the Rockets make a run? As I mentioned, they're at the start of play today, they don't play today, but they are a team that felt like they're completely out of the play-in. That is not the case after this recent streak of theirs, and the bottom of the Western Conference in terms of playoff seeding has not played as well. They've won their last 4, so they're only 3.5 behind the Golden State Warriors and the Lakers for that final play-in spot. So still in it. It'll take quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I'm stretching, certainly. They need those two teams to fall apart, and they need to play at a level of consistency that they haven't shown, being a younger and, let's say, developing team. But if you got games that matter, that's great for the development of the team, too.
Yeah, they're definitely close enough to where Ime Udoka, before every game and at shoot around in practice, can preach about, can tell them, hey, this is a big game coming up to stay in the mix. And that is something that we honestly did not think that he would have the ability to credibly do, to be like, hey, we can still make the play-in. And yes, they can still make the play-in. If you look at their schedule, the rest of March, the schedule doesn't scare you too much. They play the Cavs coming up, then they get another one against the Wizards. That's always nice. I think they play the Blazers. They play some bad teams coming up, or even without Sengun, you think they can hold their own. The problem is their April schedule is they play literally all playoff teams.
Yeah, they go to Dallas twice in a month. They go to Dallas twice in a matter of a week. They go to them in the month of March and then in April.
Hey, Luka left a game early.
That's true. They do. They can't gain a game on Golden State. They do host the Golden State Warriors, so that if they're still in contention on April 4th, that's a game that'll mean something. And you mentioned they got Portland a couple times, Washington, but yeah, Minnesota. They go to Utah and they host Utah, so Utah's behind them. Utah's not a contingent, and Utah is at a point where they're not really trying as much as they would have. But a game to game basis, who knows? So we are certainly not saying it's a definite, but if the hot streak continues and we know they're a pretty good home team, they'll probably be in contention until maybe early to mid-April's the end of the season, so early April. So there's things to pay attention to in the city beyond Cougars basketball. If basketball is your thing, you can stay locked in on the Rockets and see if they make the month of April meaningful.
Hey, the Rockets are gonna be playing meaningful basketball until the Astros season starts, which is about all you can ask for in year one of being a serious young team. I mean, they've been a young team the last,
but not serious.
And watching the Wizards, I'm like, hey, I've seen this before.
A lot of it the last 3 years.
I've seen 82 games of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, with Sengun, I think I'd be a little bit more gung-ho about
the Jock
chances.
Yeah, the Jacques or the Jock Landale thing is a little. He's actually played okay.
He's played all right, but it's.
But it's
you talk about Linsanity moments.
Yeah,
that might have been the Spurs game for him.
Can we expect him to be a contributor in games against better teams? Probably not. It'll have to be.
Hey, it's got a test coming up against the Cavs.
Against that front line of the Cavs. Yeah. We'll see how he holds up. But
that's the main story. Let's see how Jock Landale holds
that's what we're looking for, not how Jalen Green does against Garland and Donovan Mitchell.
Landale Allen.
That matchup.
Landale Allen won.
Can he hold down Evan Mobley? Actually, that'll probably be Jabari Smith's job.
Yeah, and we're talking about Landale like he's starting. Jabari has started at center the last.
Yeah, it's fun. More fun to talk about the Australian and what he can do. Yeah. Jabari, we kind of know what he is, but yeah, it's we are trying to find meaning in a season, and the Rockets are at least right now providing a reason to watch.
And this is why you don't tank.
No,
because they have improved, or they have shown improvement in this last stretch of games, and again, they can credibly say that they are playing meaningful basketball in mid-March. And we talk about the Utah matchup they have coming up. Utah's is the team that's hit the eject button on the season more or less at the trade deadline. And I know they're basically right next to each other in the standings, but again, just the level of basketball, the level of competitiveness that they are playing with that's why you play out the string.
It's a win right now for them, and it's a win for anyone who had hopes for this team to be playing for something that matters. And it's sure the last play-in spot, but would you rather be the Memphis Grizzlies? The Grizzlies have had a different type of year with injuries and even the suspension of John Morant, but it's certainly better than being the Trailblazers, a team you're going to see twice in the next couple weeks, and you hope to take advantage of them, beat them, and see how things fall in your favor. Maybe Golden State goes on a bit of a swoon, and then by the time you play them in April, that game might mean more than anyone expected when the season started. Julian, I see you want to talk Shogun. We'll talk about that on the other side. If you are a fan of the John and Lance Show and you're looking for the podcast, apologies. I'm the one doing it, and as you might imagine, I'm a little busy. But we're minutes away from having those podcasts up, so don't worry, because I know I'll generally get a tweet at some point in the next 20 minutes. That's generally when they come if the podcast has an issue or it's not up. In this break, I hope to have all 3 podcasts ready for you, all 3 hours of the podcast ready to go. And if you miss AJ Hoffman with those guys, he joined them at 9, which would be the start of the third hour, to talk about Fred Fowler. If you missed it, Fred Fowler has passed away. We've talked about that certainly today on the station. If you want to, 713-780-3776 is the number to call. But John and Lance listeners, relax. The podcast will be up shortly. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Sean and I are, we aren't complaining per se, maybe a little whining because there's a changeover going on here at 97.5 and nothing that affects the lineup. I know that might be something you're a little nervous about because it happens more often than you might like. But the system's being changed. We have a newer system that controls all the stuff you hear, and a bit of the music's been wiped. So Sean is struggling to find stuff to play.
A bit of the music.
Almost all of it, to be honest with you.
Or at least all of the music on one of my pages.
Yes.
Gone.
So Sean wound up playing another one bites the dust. I grab a lot of Sean's music to play on the John Lance show, and without that comfort of that giant page of music, I wound up playing, was it Shake It Off? I don't remember what song it was. I was scrambling to find a song to play, and I just said, you know what? I'm just going to grab this Taylor Swift song because I assumed it'd just be instrumental. No, the full lyrics were there, so you had Taylor singing.
That's an issue with some of the, and because they're all, or not all, but a lot of them are older music files.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, some of them aren't instrumental. Some of them have words in them.
And this wasn't Taylor's version either, so she'd be really upset with me.
You're putting money in the pocket of
Scooter Braun, apparently. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Swifties.
You've picked a side.
If I had the Taylor version, I would play it, but I didn't. So that money's going someplace else. Julian wants to talk a little bit about pop culture. He wants to talk about Shogun. What's up, Julian?
What it is, John Becky. Hey, man, so Shogun, I don't know if y'all saw the new episode. I like what they did, man. They gave the consort guns, and then they gave him the swords. I look forward to seeing him. Japanese, obviously, he's already doing that. But I want to see if he becomes pretty dope with those swords. And I bet that consort is going to blow somebody's head off with that gun.
Yeah, I want to dance around some stuff. I don't want to give people a lot as far as spoilers are concerned. So consort and guns and swords, it's for me, I know what Julian's talking about. And I agree that particular exchange of the gifts between two people who weren't particularly friendly with each other is a nice step in character development. But I will say this for people, if you haven't watched it, in episode 4, you have human beings being turned into ground beef because of a weapon. That's all I'll say. I'm not going to say when it happens or who it happens to, but watch Shogun. Episode 4 was, particularly the end, was crazy. That show just keeps better. The stakes keep getting higher. So watch it. It's on, if you don't watch FX, it's on Hulu too. So if you're not someone who's going to tune in at a specific time to watch a show, like a lot of us, we're streamers. Just go to Hulu if you have it and watch Shogun. It is really, really good. Elevated television. Sure, the subtitles are a thing, but it's an enjoyable thing to watch. In fact, it's at the level where if they throw it on HBO on Sunday nights in that particular prestige TV spot, it would fit right in as far as the quality. I
was actually thinking about that with this new episode, because like you mentioned, there is I don't want to call it a battle, but they're very obviously kind of setting up that a battle is coming. One of those big Game of Thrones type battles that we would see once a season, maybe twice a season in peak Game of Thrones. And I did have the thought of like, how are they going to do this on an FX budget?
Yeah.
At an FX/Hulu budget. And especially because, and I guess this kind of answered my question, is that there's only 2 episodes left of the season, right? After 4, I think.
I'll look.
At least that's all that popped up on my Hulu.
I think. Well, Hulu does that where they only give you a couple after, but I think it's a 10 as far as what's up next. I think it's a full 10 episode.
Okay.
10 episode show, or at least 8, I think, at a minimum. Yeah. If I'm trying to give a comp, if you've watched Game of Thrones, to what happened in episode 4, I would say Red Wedding with cannons. There was no actual wedding, but there was if you know what happened in that episode of the Red Wedding, people thought they were guests. People thought they'd be okay, and then they weren't. but it happened with cannons instead of blades and swords. So check out Shogun if you haven't. It's probably the show of this show, and Julian who's called in about it before, called in about some of the smaller parts of it, but the big set piece that might get you excited is the very end. I'll just say that, and we'll continue to talk about that show because it's really, really good. Speaking of other things outside of sports, Sean, you mentioned when we had a discussion about the road to the show for women in MLB that MLB road to the show, that you are a gamer who at least played that game. Mm-hmm. Didn't it release yesterday?
If you bought like the deluxe version, you get it.
So you didn't buy the
like
deluxe
a week
version.
early. I'm not spending $80.
Oh, it's $80 for the deluxe version.
Yeah, it's or no, maybe $90. Because the regular version is $70.
What's the difference? Just the cover? What's the difference between the deluxe and the regular version?
Yeah, there's it's all, I guess it's not all, but a lot of it's just online. So you just download it. You get to download it and play it. I think it's a week early.
Yeah, it came out today. Well, official release came out today.
I think it actually comes out on like the 19th or something.
Okay. So early access, you pay a couple extra bucks and you get the game early?
Yeah, you get the game early. You get some stuff in the game, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I've not started my road to the show or Sydney Sweeney's road to the show.
As I mentioned, we talked about it last week. It's a new feature in the game, and it got, as you might think, some gamers were upset about it because there are no women who play Major League Baseball, but it was an option. They have a regular road to the show for MLB The Show, but they also are providing a game option where you can create a player who happens to be a woman, and she can go through the same things a man would, but her end goal is to make it to the major leagues, if that's the character you want to create. And we had a segment about who we would create. Sydney Sweeney, Florence Pugh. We were very women of the moment we were discussing. We should have been like Helen Mirren as a
that Helen Mirren's like 60 years old.
Yeah,
that's unrealistic.
Oh, okay.
Del.
I don't have to age her up. A young Helen Mirren playing for the Astros. Pitching instead of Montero.
International prospect from wherever.
From the UK. I don't know if it's England or Scotland. I'm sure it's England. Helen Mirren pitching for the Astros as a middle reliever.
As Rafael Montero.
Yeah, taking over from Montero. Yes, can't trust him.
I don't think you can even make your player a middle reliever.
Why not?
I think you're either a starter or a closer.
You can't
because MLB The Show's like, why would anyone want to be Hector Neris?
Who wants to create a player and be a middle reliever who comes in the sixth to put out a fire?
Always, yeah, always been my dream to play as Chad Qualls.
Well, yeah. Well, let's just say, you either have to be a star or a bust, I guess, because
you have to be a star.
Well, to make it, you can't be a bust. No one's gonna play themselves off the major league roster.
You know what? I want to be John Singleton.
Why can't I be a middle reliever? Like I don't have the tools to be a closer. I'm not good enough, and I can't be a starter. But I have a role on the team. I can't be Chad Qualls.
I have something to contribute.
You know how important the middle reliever is going to be for the Astros if Javier can't get out of the sixth?
Yeah, especially the way baseball's going. Starters going shorter. They need a Phil Maton.
Look, I don't know if the designation should be MP. I don't know, middle relief, MR, middle, whatever the designations are. Will you just be so it's only closer or starter? You can't be just bullpen. A BP, you can't just be bullpen as your designation?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know for sure because I've never made myself a closer. Normally I'm patrolling center field.
Yeah, of course.
Much like in real life.
Chas McCormick.
That ended in 8th grade.
Of course.
But I think you can only be a closer. Maybe you start as a setup man and then you graduate to closer.
So even in the game,
I'm pretty sure you can only be a closer.
So the roster doesn't. So a regular roster. How is Montero designated then? Relief pitcher, RP?
Yeah, I think a relief pitcher.
Why can't I just be a relief pitcher and just be
you gotta be a CP?
That
blows. Or an
SP. I'm trying to make a roster. There's a space for me as a left-handed Helen Mirren getting outs. I want to be a specialist.
Left hands, yeah. So you want to be a loogie. You want to be.
Yeah, I want to come in and get out a big time lefty in the middle of the sixth to shut down a rally.
And Yordan Alvarez is on the on-deck circle.
Well, I'd
you
be
know
pitching-
what that means.
Well, here comes Helen Mirren. Well, Yordan would take anyone.
Yeah.
He takes lefties out, but not Helen Mirren.
No, oh, yeah?
She's going to back him off the plate.
Back him up. Okay.
And
high,
then-
high fastball,
Yeah.
something in the dirt,
A lot of movement.
slider.
Keep him off balance.
Yeah.
And do a little taunting at the end of it, too.
Oh, yeah? You're going to hit him with the Hector. Speaking of Hector Neris,
Yeah.
you're going to hit him with the
Yeah.
Hector Neris?
My middle relief, Helen Mirren's going to talk so much trash. So much trash.
I'm not sure if you have the ability to
see. These are
to
things that
scream homophobic slurs.
Oh, I'm
in
not gonna.
Spanish
Well,
at
I'm not gonna
people.
have her do that.
Well, you could do homophobic.
She's
slurs.
just gonna call people the C word. She's from England. She's gonna. That's all she's gonna do.
Cultural differences.
Exactly.
Just like yeah,
In
just
England,
like
we
Hector-
call everyone that. It's not a big deal.
You really just want to play as Hector Neris.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't want to use homophobic slurs. I just want to be able to be Helen Mirren, call someone a C word, and then say, "Hey, everyone's a C word where I'm from. It's not a big deal." That's all. They should come to me for ideas. I had that thing jumping, or not, or maybe the game mode would end immediately. And that's how this hour ends, with my thought of Helen Mirren being my middle relief left-handed specialist. All stems from MLB The Show adding a new feature that some people hate, but I would enjoy quite a bit. That wraps up hour one. But before we go, man, you can't bet on Helen Mirren being how many strikeouts she has on MyBookie. But what you can do for MyBookie is take advantage of their online games. They have great table games like roulette, poker, blackjack, and you can deal with an in-the-flesh dealer. But it's not just about the online casino. It's also about the chance to bet on sporting events. And, of course, the tournament is coming up. And why not make the games more exciting? The Cougs play today. If you think they're going to handle Texas Tech, why not put some money on our beloved Cougs as they try to win a Big 12 title? After winning a regular season title, why not double up and win the tournament title? The Cougs are probably your best bet for that. But maybe you like Tech. Maybe you're one of those people like Tech. You can do that as well at mybookie.ag. That's the website. Sign up now and take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit all the way up to $1,000. Put in $200, get $300 ready to play instantly using promo code BET975. And the fun doesn't stop there. You'll get up to the minute odds, props, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide who to put your money on. The best part about MyBookie, you can bet on anything, anytime, from anywhere. Use promo code BET975 to secure your welcome bonus today, only with MyBookie.